it seemed to me he was saying that the golden age for America, when it was truly a land of opportunity, was the late 19th, early 20th century. No regulations, no permits, no red tape.
I would argue that the government played a decisive role in an enormous grant to the railroads in creating an American capitalist economy. And secondly, if you go back to that golden age, you find that the government constantly intervened in a rather characteristic way. It used troops against strikers. American labor history has been the most violent, bloody class struggle anywhere in the world. And the government, up until 1932, the law, the courts, the society, always sided with business, always sided against working people. Therefore, I would argue that both economically and in terms of repressing the attempts of people to assert their freedom, government prior to the rise of the welfare state in this country was more or less owned by business.
Milton Friedman.
Michael Harrington is seeing the hole in the barn door, and he's not looking at the barn door itself. The plain fact is, during the whole of that period, while government did intervene from time to time, and mostly to do harm, I agree with him that government intervention was, in the main, not a good thing, tariffs, for example. On the other hand, throughout that whole period, government spending, federal government spending, central government spending, never was more than 3% of the national income. It was trivial. The land grants to the railroads were a minor factor. I don't approve of them. I'm not saying they were a good thing, but they were a very minor factor. One has to have a sense of proportion, and that goes to the whole discussion. I am not an anarchist. I am not in favor of eliminating government. I believe we need a government, but we need a government that sets a framework and rules within which individuals pursuing their own objectives can work together and cooperate together. And they work together and cooperate together not only in economic areas.
I want to hold you for a moment, though, to that golden age theory, that we were best when we were regulated least in the late 19th and early 20th century, because remember, the sweatshop analogy comes out of there, when there was no attempt to restrict hours of work or to regulate working conditions. Now, is that a view you accept of that period?
Well, I think it's necessary to contrast it with what's happened in the interim. I don't see how we can talk about that without comparing it with the interim period. Now, you talked earlier about the fact that during the last 50 years, we had squandered some of our inheritance of freedom.
Absolutely.
And I believe during the last 50 years, we really have improved our freedom. I spent over half that time working for one of the world's largest industrial companies, the DuPont Company, deeply involved with the launching of new ventures and got to know the free enterprise system well and have a very healthy respect for it. But during that interval, and particularly during the last few years, when I've been more involved with government and with environmental matters, I have become convinced that our freedom was improved when the people are allowed to add to their freedom in the marketplace, the freedom for voting with their dollars in the marketplace, the freedom to vote with their ballots in the polling place, to put some restraints on the excesses of the marketplace, particularly when you're concerned with such things as the long-term impact on our health from the pollution of our environment, the introduction of carcinogenic materials, or the irradiation of our people with nuclear products.
What about putting some restraints on the excesses of government? Hasn't that become an ever more serious problem? How is it that a government of the people, supposedly, does things which a very large fraction of the people would really prefer not to have done, such as overtax them, overgovern them, overregulate them? I think you're looking, again, at one side and not the other. And of course, I agree we have to look at what's happened in the interim. We're better off than we were 50 years ago. Never would deny that. But we stand on the shoulders of the people who went before. We have to look at how much they achieved from where they started. And that was a period in which you had the tremendous influx of immigrants from abroad, millions and millions and millions of them. When you opened up a new continent, when you had achievements.
Milton, are you saying, though, that there's any sense in which you'd rather go back to those circumstances where there are no regulations of factory work, no hours, limitations on hours of work? Do you want to return to that, or do you just say that was a stepping stone to where we are now?
It depends on what you mean by circumstances. I don't want to have to go back to using a horse and buggy instead of an automobile. But I would prefer to go back to the kinds of governmental regulations or absence of regulations, the greater degree of freedom which was given to individuals to pursue one activity or another, which prevailed then than which prevails now.
I think that really our industrial leaders have been dragged into the future screaming. They resisted the child labor laws, they resisted Social Security, labor unions, and now the environmental movement. once the government forced them to pay attention to those by the voting of the people on the ballot box and in the polling place, then the industrial leaders, business leaders, paid attention to those rules and have done a good job in most cases of abiding by them.
Excuse me.
Bob Galvin is an industrialist. Now, come on, is that a fair statement?
Maybe the industrialists have a clearer view of history and its prospects. The most precious asset we possess is freedom. The easiest way to lose one's freedom is to go into receivership. And I mean economic receivership, because a receiver is a dictator. And to the degree that we employ the costs and the burdens of government that lead us in the direction of further debt, ultimate receivership, and then the political consequence of the imposition of the political dictator over the economic and the job and the living rights of the individual, but maybe the industrialists can see farther down the pike as to the consequence of all this.
Michael Harrington?
I just think that two things. One, to view freedom positively, I think people over 65 years of age in the United States today are freer now because of Medicare. I do not think that the freedom to die from the lack of medicine was a very good thing. Secondly, related to industrialists, I think that one of the startling things about American history is that when Franklin Roosevelt was saving the system from itself, the main beneficiaries were screaming bloody murder at him for being a traitor to his class, when he was in fact the salvation of that class. And I think therefore, if you look at our history, I do think you find a tremendous myopia on the part of industrialists, and you find that the positive increments to our freedom, interestingly enough, have not come from the college graduates, but often from people with, not from the best people. It's come from working people. It's come from poor people. It's come from blacks and Hispanics and the like.
Milton, would you reply, but then tell us why you took us to Hong Kong to prove something?
Sure. Unaccustomed as I am to agreeing with Michael Harrington, I will agree in part with what he's just said. I do not believe it's proper to put the situation in terms of industrialists versus government. On the contrary, one of the reasons why I am in favor of less government is because when you have more government, industrialists take it over. And the two together form a coalition against the ordinary worker and the ordinary consumer. I think business is a wonderful institution, provided it has to face competition in the marketplace, and it can't get away with something except by producing a better product at a lower cost. And that's why I don't want government to step in and help the business community. Now, I want to go to your question about Medicare. There are many people who have benefited from Medicare, but you're not looking at the cost side. What has happened to the people who are paying for it? It isn't, we don't have a free good. It isn't coming from nowhere. And are they benefiting from it in a cost-effective way? Those are the questions. It's demagoguery, if you'll pardon me, Michael Harrington, to say the people who have Medicare are freer. Of course, in one dimension. But they themselves have been paying all their lives. And have they gotten a good bargain? At the moment they have. The young men, the young working people who are going into Social Security now, they're going to get a very raw deal indeed.
Milton, interestingly, on that point, people over 65 are paying more of their spendable income for medical care now than they were before Medicare was enacted. It's been not a very successful program.
Government doesn't do things well.
It doesn't do things well, and it hasn't done things well in Britain, in Canada, in the United States.
Now, Milton, then you took us to Hong Kong on exactly that point. Right. That here, you said, was a true model of the market operating. Now, is that really a fair description of Hong Kong?
At the moment, yes. It's not again, there aren't any such things as 100% one way and 100% the other. Everything is mixed, of course. Hong Kong has a government. It happens to be a government. In this case, there's no democracy in Hong Kong. It's run from Britain. It's a crown colony of Britain. And the British Governor General and so on, Financial Secretary, run it. But the situation in Hong Kong is that there is very little government regulation of industry. There's complete free trade. There are no tariffs. There are no export subsidies. There are no restrictions on the purchase and sale of monies, so that it comes about as close as to a complete free market as you can find in the world today. And there is no doubt that the main beneficiaries have been the low-income people, the poor people who poured into Hong Kong by the hundreds of thousands and millions out of Red China and who keep on trying to get in there. This goes to Michael Harrington's question. If an industrial system, if a free enterprise system is a system in which the poor are ground beneath the heels of these rapacious industrialists he's worried about, how would he explain the success in Hong Kong, the extent to which people continue to vote with their feet to go there?
You're not asking us to make of the United States one gigantic Hong Kong or sweatshop or whatever you want to call it. You'd acknowledge that, that there is a historical development of an economy, and what may be right for one stage in the development of an economy may not be right for another stage. Isn't the issue, where do we go from here? What pragmatic decisions do we make about the direction of the American economy? Should it be toward more and more government, or should it be trying to preserve an adequate balance between freedom of choice and government intervention?
Again, the problem is to distinguish two things. This comes back to an earlier comment, the circumstances in terms of the physical arrangements, and the circumstances in terms of the rules that guide the society. Now, in the case of Hong Kong, of course, I'm not asking that we crowd our people to a density of population such as Hong Kong is. Hong Kong is a marvelous example just because its circumstances are so terrible, its physical circumstances. And the people in Hong Kong would love to get elsewhere into less crowded circumstances if other people would let them in. This is a problem of immigration, which is a very important restriction on human freedom. In the period before 1913, we had complete 100% freedom of immigration into the United States. We don't now. But go back to your question.
Do you think Hong Kong would exist if it weren't in close juxtaposition to communist China?
Hong Kong would exist. It is very dubious that it would have the policies it has now if it weren't in close juxtaposition to communist China. Well, now, but to answer your question directly, yes, I am in favor of the United States having not the circumstances, not the physical circumstances, but the policies that Hong Kong has had of zero tariffs, of complete free trade, of no restrictions on exports, no restrictions on monetary transactions, of a far greater degree of government, a far lesser degree of governmental regulation. I agree with what Russell Peterson said before, that there are third-party effects. There are things like pollution. The question is whether we're handling them in the right way, and I think we're not.
I want to bring Bob Galvin in here. You got the beginning of Milton's agenda there. No tariffs, for example, no restrictions, no quotas. Now, will business, big business, wear that kind of policy?
I think big business and all business could wear that kind of policy if we could find the appropriate balancing factor that in the rest of world trade, where we trade outside our border, and as others come in, we are required to trade against socialized institutions. That's a very different kind of an institution than the private institution. The private institution can clearly operate more efficiently if it is not imposed upon by an artificial price from the socialized institution across the seas. So I think there has to be, not protectionism, but there has to be an international rule of the road that prevents the socialized institution from subsidizing and taking advantage of the private institution.
Sorry, did you include the 9 countries of the common market, though, as socialist countries? Or are you prepared to have open competition from all the 9 countries of the common market?
The 9 countries of the European common market engage in the most dramatic of the socialized institutions.
I don't agree with him at all. We are hurting ourselves by restricting trade from abroad. Other countries are hurting themselves and us by the measures you described. But we're only hurting ourselves even the more if we imitate them.
I don't think, Dr. Friedman, that your mother would get a job sewing today in America if we had no tariffs at all. What would happen is there wouldn't be any sewing jobs in America. We'd be making nothing but computers.
But then there would be some other kinds of jobs. Then she would get a job at a very low level in making computers.
Yeah, although you do face the problem that you've had both a leading businessman and a leading conservative congressman not accepting your prescription of sweeping away restrictions.
But of course, the 2 greatest enemies of, I would say, the greatest enemies of free enterprise and of freedom in the world have been, on the one hand, the industrialists, and on the other hand, most of my academic colleagues who end up in government. For opposite reasons. People like Michael Harrington and my academic colleagues want freedom for themselves. They want free speech, they want freedom to write, they want freedom to publish, to do research, but they don't want freedom for any of those awful businessmen. Now, the businessmen are very different. Every businessman wants freedom for somebody else, but he wants special privilege for himself. He wants a tariff from Congress, and the congressman. Well, the way in which congressmen get elected is by performing favors to constituents. And if indeed you were to wipe out completely all tariffs, if you were to reduce government controls in this country to what they are now, I do not think that would be in the self-interest of even Barbara Conable, for whom I have the very greatest respect, or Bob Galvin, for whom I have the respect. I think it would be in the self-interest of Michael Harrington.
Now let's ask what the American people want and will wear, because you're saying in effect that to get elected, the congressman is giving the people what they want. Now, aren't you saying in the end, then, the people don't want this or don't understand the advantage of it?
I'm saying that my whole function and purpose is to try to persuade the people to make a different thing politically profitable. I'm trying to persuade the people to make it clear that congressmen who pursue these policies are going to lose their jobs. And if we do that, congressmen are pursuing their self-interest. They're in a market. There's a political market. They've got a product to sell, and they've got to appeal to their customers. And I am just engaging in the kind of advertising Mr. Galvin and other companies
a very experienced politician, Governor Peterson.
Let me ask you how you would cope with this problem, Dr. Friedman. The people decided that they wanted cool air. There was a tremendous need. And so we built a huge industry, the air conditioner industry. Hundreds of thousands of jobs, tremendous earnings opportunities, and nearly all of us now have air-conditioned homes and cars and offices. But then the people decided they wanted clean air, and they couldn't buy it in the marketplace. So they voted at the polling place. They got their elected representatives to go to the Congress and say, we are going to have clean air. Now, overnight, there was a new market, and the free enterprise system responded to that. Now there's a big environmental industry making earnings, providing jobs, but also serving this public need to have the freedom to breathe clean air.
You grossly underestimate the extent to which the private market is able to do it. It's not an accident that the air, before you had any of this legislation, the air and water were cleaner in the United States today than they were in the United States 100 years ago. You know, the automobile added one kind of pollution, but it eliminated a far worse kind of pollution. If you consider what the streets of New York would look like today if you were still transporting people by horse-drawn vehicles, you would have pollution on a scale that would stagger you. In the same way, it's not an accident that the air is cleaner and the water purer in those countries today that are the most advanced than they are in the backward country. It's not in Afghanistan that you find clean air and water. It's in the advanced countries. So the market is a very much more subtle mechanism than people give it credit for being.
I would like to get this back to the real world, because in the real world, there is no possibility that American business, which is a welfare-dependent business system, is going to adopt these ideas. What these ideas function as in the real world is a rationalization for the myth of free enterprise, which disguises the fact of state capitalism, as an argument against social intervention in a society that does intervene on behalf of the steel industry very quickly. Finally, in terms of the American political process, I don't believe that the political process is so simple as having the people elect the government. The fact is that when a Jimmy Carter is elected president on a relatively liberal platform, he then has to win business confidence because of the control of the investment process by corporate power. And I think that fact, corporate power, rationalized by free enterprise myths, is the central problem of freedom in our time, and that's what has to be attacked.
Before we come to Milton again...
but I've got to comment on this, because I think we mustn't let words get in the way of what really is the case. I take it you think we don't have socialism. I would say to you that 46% of every corporation in this country is owned by the U.S. government. That's the corporate income tax. That means out of every dollar of profits that a corporation makes, 46 cents goes to the U.S. government. The actual tax is far higher than that because you tax that doubly when it comes to the individual. The extent to which corporations control their investment decisions has been increasingly reduced. The government is dictating what they spend their investment funds on in the name of pollution control and in the name of other things. It's a myth to suppose that there is some kind of a big corporate power over here. There was a time when corporations were more influential than they are now, but at the moment, I think they're a beleaguered minority rather than the dominant majority.
But I'd like to take the others into this for a moment. What is the process for those of you who want to roll back the state or to push back governmental influence on the operation of the economy? Before we let Milton in on that, what would you do as an active politician, as another politician, and a businessman?
Well, I personally think we ought to restrain the growth of government in the future.
How?
By putting some sort of limit on government expenditures. I would like to see a constitutional amendment doing that. Otherwise, we're going to continue to have the government growing faster than the economy and thus pushing more and more of the gross national product through the tin horn of government. I think that's a mistake. It's a difficult thing to do. I hope we can find some way to do it without making ourselves less free in some way.
Governor Peterson, can it be done?
Yes, I think we can make substantial headway by furthering our pluralistic society, by encouraging, educating more people to think comprehensively. I think one of the big problems in our world is that leaders in government and in industry are short-sighted. They don't look at the long-term impacts of their decisions. And in a democracy such as ours, the power is with the people, just like the textbooks say. And if they get this more comprehensive understanding and knowledge, they're going to see to it that the special interests of elected officials will be in tune with getting reelected, and they will look at the long-term views just like the citizenry is. So I'm all in favor of an all-out push to get this freedom to vote in the polling place added to the freedom of the marketplace, because that's a potent combination.
But voting in the polling place is a very different kind of freedom than voting in the marketplace. When you vote in the polling place, it is important, but it's a very different kind. When you vote for a package. And if you are in the minority, you lose. You don't get what you want. When you vote in the marketplace, everybody gets what he votes for. If you vote for I vote for a green tie, I get a green tie. You vote for a blue tie, you get a blue tie. If we do that in the polling booth, if 60% of us vote for a green tie, you have to wear a green tie.
Oh, but the 40% don't just shut up. They can try to influence the decision-making.
They can try to influence, but it's a very different and less efficient mechanism for matching performance, matching results to individual tastes and preferences.
Whatever kind of car I buy, I still get dirty air.
There are good people running this society, and most of the people that we're talking about work someplace, and they know that their company is doing something pretty good or trying to do something pretty good. I think the people are going to start telling the leaders where they've gone wrong and start to redress it by the direction of the ballot box.
People in general are more conservative and in particular are more liberal. That is to say, if you ask the people in general, what do you think of government, get it off my back, less taxes. If you ask in particular, what about health, national health? What about full employment, government is the employer of last resort? What about pollution? Do something about it. Everett Ladd had an article in Fortune about a year ago, which is hardly a radical left-wing journal, showing this contradiction. And I think that there is in the United States today a rapid movement to the left, right, and center, which I obviously hope will be resolved not by an across-the-boards cut aimed primarily at poor and working people, but by an increasing democratization of economic power and an increasing democratization of the government. I think that in this complicated society of huge institutions and bureaucracies, if we talk about freedom, one of the things I would like to see would be a law providing funds for any significant minority to buy the research to counter the majority. If you don't have the expertise, the knowledge technology today, you're out of the debate. And I think that we have to democratize information and government as well as the economy and society.
I am sorry to say Michael Harrington's solution is not a solution to it. He wants minority rule. I don't. I want individual rule. I want human beings separately and individually to have control of their lives. I don't believe that a minority that differs with me should have the right to take money out of my pocket to research for them. They should go out and try to persuade people to contribute to them. I should be free to get people to contribute to me to present my ideas. But the idea of having some kind of an official government agency that is going to finance dissidents, in the first place, anybody who has any sense of realism about the way government operates at all will know that that'll end up in the hands of the majority and not the minority.
But can government in this extremely interdependent, complex world economy which is developing, can you have a mystical belief in the invisible hand of Adam Smith? I happen to think that Adam Smith was one of the greatest intellectual figures in the history of the world, and that capitalism was one of the greatest advances that humankind has ever made. But precisely because I put this in historical context, capitalism, as a friend of mine by the name of Karl Marx predicted some time ago, has developed tremendous tendencies towards monopoly, concentration, multinational corporations, money supplies that are not controlled by the Federal Reserve Bank or even the President of the United States anymore. And to think that you can respond to this radically new environment by an 18th century solution, I think really comes down to an intellectual exercise whose practical political effect is to rationalize conservative power in America.
This is a myth, a complete myth, that the development of an interdeveloped country in a more complicated world necessitates greater government intervention. Government intervention has not grown in those areas which arise out of the complexity and interdependence of the world. It's grown where? In taking money from some people and giving it to others.
All I have to say is that government, Dr. Friedman, has to live in the 20th century, much less the 19th or the 18th.
But again...
And we have to take society as it exists today and build on that.
To me, the decisive thing at issue here is an essentially mythic, non-historical presentation of an abstract solution taken out of time, which does not look to the tremendous evolution of capitalist society, the tremendous interdependence of the world, the fact that we now have not only national economic planning, but at the Tokyo summit, and we have institutionalized international economic planning of the major industrial capitalist powers. And under those circumstances, granted the enormous achievement of Adam Smith, granted the enormous achievement of capitalist society, under this radically changed historical situation, to propose those classic old solutions, I think, is to propose something non-serious, which, however, does function seriously to rationalize conservative corporate economic and political power.
The great achievements of the 19th century came by departing from the kind of system you now want to reimpose. You want to take us back to the 18th and 17th century when we had a corporate society, when we had government controlling things. The whole issue is what somebody is proposing in the 20th and the 19th and the 18th. The whole issue is what is the right thing to do? What is the best way in which we can widen our opportunities, preserve our freedom, maintain our prosperity? And it seems to me the kind of solutions you would propose involve more of the same, more of the measures that have failed over and over again to achieve the objectives.
Now, here in Chicago, the special guests who've been watching that film have their say.
This film has set me on edge. There is political, social, ethical considerations which do not reflect in the economic philosophy put out. There is a pervading feeling in this that the individual worker is to be totally sacrificed for the overall good of society. I don't see how possibly you can sacrifice individuals for overall good for society, because society is nothing but those millions and millions of individuals put together. And nowhere is there any consideration given to the social and the ethical aspects of the free trade formula that you advocate.
Let's get other views now around the group. What's your reaction, Don Rumsfeld, as a businessman, to the idea that Milton Friedman has advanced that America ought to buy in the cheapest markets, the cheapest goods, without protecting against them?
I swore I would never even try to defend Milton Friedman, and I won't. But let me comment first on Dick's comment. It bothers me to hear social and moral arguments invoked in an issue like this, because it seems to me the measure is what actually happens to human beings. Each individual ought to be concerned about humanity. For a single individual who's unemployed, that's 100% unemployment. Absolutely. And we recognize that. I recognize that. But the real world is, if you, as the film did, go to India, if you want to see things that one can describe as inhumane and poverty and problems of human beings, they exist. And the test ought to be what works, what in fact will provide a circumstance that will be more dynamic and more productive in the world.
It is true that in the long run we would all be better off with free trade. I agree with Milton. But it's the short run that matters. And in the short run there are serious adjustment problems. Now there's no question that the developing countries need access to markets such as American markets. And America needs them to export so that they can export more to developing countries. American exports to developing countries have moved from something like 20% of total exports to 30% over the last 10 years. But the adjustment is important, because what is happening at present is that it's not just a random group of workers that is affected by this trade. It's the most disadvantaged and underprivileged workers in America which are being affected. And they are by and large women and members of minorities in garments, in electronics. And I think that the adjustment consists of action on both the developing and the developed country sides. But let's take the American side. On the American side, the unions and industry, I think, have to get off discussion about moral issues and get their act in order.
I couldn't agree more with Helen. I think there is a very valid income distributional problem involved here. Certainly society gets better off. Consumers get better off as a result of cheaper imports, and I'm all for that, and there I agree completely with Milton. But if the incidence of the adjustment falls on disadvantaged groups, then you would want to do something about it. It really becomes an ethical issue. But the other point which I think Milton does bring up, which I disagree sharply with, is suppose if foreign governments do subsidize and actively promote exports to you, should you just sit back and just say, well, we're going to be better off as a result of this? I don't think that takes into account the fact that the whole international system can break down as a result of what people perceive in pluralistic economies as unfair competition emerging. And I think this is really what you're beginning to see. So we do need some sanctions. I mean, I may receive stolen property, and I'm better off. Of course I'm better off. But if as a result of this I encourage theft, I think few people would agree that that was something one didn't want to worry about.
Before I call in Milton Friedman on this, a reaction to the comments?
Yes, really to Don and to Helen. Don, you choose to set aside, or you appear to choose to set aside the social and the ethical considerations. And
not at all. What I said was you have to put the fact on a scale that there are social and ethical considerations with a free market or without one. And the tendency is for people to invoke morality only on their side and not to recognize that there are problems of human being in this world that are going to occur in each case, and the measure or the test ought to be what actually happens out there and address that question.
But you must also very much consider the social aspect of this situation. Helen's comment, the short-term displacement. I have a question for Milton at this point. How long do you put as a timetable on the displacement of these people, of these workers? 5 years, 10 years, a generation? How long will it be before overall society, balances itself out and the individual is no longer hurt?
Let me take your last question first and then go to your basic question. I have always been in favor of phasing out tariffs over a 5-year period, a 20% reduction a year for 5 years to give people time to adjust. Now to your fundamental issue. I thought I had heard every objection to my views imaginable, but you are the first one who has ever accused me of putting the interests of society as a whole ahead of the interests of individuals. If there's one element in my social philosophy, in my ethical philosophy that's predominant, it is that the ultimate unit is the human being, the individual, and that society is a means whereby we jointly achieve our objectives. I would argue that the social and moral issues are all on the side of free trade, that it is you and people like you who introduce protection, who are the ones who are violating fundamental social and moral issues. Tell me, what trade union represents the workers who are displaced because high tariffs reduce exports from this country? Because high tariffs make steel, for example, or other goods more expensive. As a result, those industries which use steel have to charge higher prices. They have fewer employees. The export industries that would grow up to balance the imports, tell me, what union represents them? What moral and ethical view do you have about their interests?
You still haven't answered my basic question. How long of a time period? How long of a frame? 5 years, 10 years, a generation?
I
still haven't answered
said
it.
5 years.
And could we be clear, Milton,
5
on this
years.
point? You're saying, though, that tariffs should be phased out over 5 years, regardless of the action of other countries. It's not a sort of gap negotiation.
Regardless of the actions of other countries. So far, obviously, I would prefer to have other countries reduce their tariffs.
But if they don't move, America should move.
Absolutely.
You go along with that, Donaldson.
In other words, you're against reciprocal.
I'm not
you
against.
favor getting to truly reciprocal trade, but you're willing to get there unilaterally.
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems to me that it's probably worth moving in that direction. I don't know where I would stop. I am not...
Well, it's a 5-year program. Will you buy that?
Well, it seems to me that you get action-reaction. To the extent you're doing something that makes sense for human beings, presumably that would be persuasive with others. Presumably there would be a logical sequence where other countries would begin to sense that that had a certain degree of validity in the world.
Will that happen, Helen Hughes?
Providing you do something for the displaced workers in the country in which they're displaced. Because if you don't do something, if you don't take some action, and it's generally got to be government action, you will get such a backlash that you'll be back in the 30s with the sort of thing that happened with high unemployment.
Milton, there's a direct challenge. What would you do about displaced workers, or let the slack be taken up by others?
I believe that you have to separate and should separate sharply the issue of what you do about people in distress from how you handle the industrial system. I do not believe you ought to have a special program for displaced workers. What you ought to have, and what all societies do have, is some mechanism, voluntary or governmental, which will assist people in distress. We have another program in this series which deals with exactly that issue, and in which I come out, as you know, in favor of a negative income tax as a way to do it. But I think it's a great mistake to try to link it directly with tariffs. And the reason is that many people who are displaced are not in trouble. Many of those have good alternatives. Some of them will benefit from it. There are some who will be in distress, of course, but there are always people who are in distress for all sorts of reasons. In a dynamic society, demands are going up here, demands are going up there. There is no more reason, in my opinion, to have a special program for those who are displaced because of the changes in demand and supply on the international scene than because of the changes on the domestic scene.
Quick reaction to that.
Why would you want to return to a concept that this country had in 1900? Why would you want to return to where a few control the economic destiny of every working man and woman?
It's exactly the other way, Mr. Deason. The best way to limit the control of a few is free trade on a worldwide basis. There is no measure whatsoever that would do more to prevent private monopoly development than complete free trade. It would be far more effective than all the antitrust suits in the world.
I totally disagree. You would wind up with a situation like in the movie Rollerball, where corporations carved out their spheres of economic influence throughout the world and controlled everything. It would be controlled by corporations in its entirety.
Excuse me, you saw the picture of Hong Kong, didn't you?
Yes.
Where are those corporations there?
We might get down that alley and have a difficulty finding our way out of it. Could we move to another big theme in the film? That is that the third world countries have, broadly speaking, made a very serious error in moving into planned economies from beginning to end. And you use a phrase in the case of India, central planning has condemned the Indian masses to poverty and misery. Now, what's your reaction, Professor?
I partly agree with Milton as always and largely disagree with him. I think it is true that the invisible hand ought to be seen more in the poor countries than it is. And I would like to see the iron fist disappear. Unfortunately, it's the other way around. On the other hand, I think it cannot be maintained that laissez-faire is the answer. Either there's a necessary or a sufficient condition for development. Let me go to Milton's examples and refer to Japan. Japan is a prime example, actually, where the visible hand is invisible to everybody who's outside of Japan, but it's writ large on the wall for the Japanese. The Japanese government, right from the Meiji Restoration, has taken a very active interest in the development of the country. It has regulated technology imports. Even to this date, the government and business have a sort of strong symbiotic relationship. I think it's just the last.
Highly paternalistic.
And business is highly paternalistic. I don't think it's a valid example at all what I believe was the implication of Milton's program.
Let's begin, Helen Hughes. On this theme, has the Third World made a disastrous mistake in almost unanimously moving into planned economies rather than the free market?
Well, first of all, it hasn't almost unanimously moved into planned economies.
Overwhelmingly so.
Not even overwhelmingly. I mean, India is a large country, but the majority of developing countries are not centrally planned. They have some sort of planning. Secondly, some of the countries which have been most successful have had the highest government intervention. The best examples are Taiwan, Korea, Brazil, Singapore. And even in Hong Kong, which is often held up as an example of no government intervention, I mean, this is just not true. The Hong Kong government has provided the infrastructure, it has provided the roads and the ports and the schools, and it's been very important. But when you move to a country like Malawi or Papua New Guinea, you can't do without government intervention. There is nothing there. There are no entrepreneurs in place, and the American entrepreneurs are not interested in small places like that.
I'm not in favor of no government intervention. I never have been. I point out in the film that what the government did in Hong Kong was very important. The question is what kind of intervention. And in the states you've described, in the places you've described where you've had success, governmental intervention has been of a rather special kind. It has provided infrastructure. It has not tried to determine the outline of industrial production, the areas in which industry should go, exactly what the allocation of. It has not gone in for central planning.
Well, that's just not true in Korea. I mean, you're factually wrong, because in Korea, the government has
it is true in Taiwan.
It's fairly true in Taiwan, but not in Korea, which has grown faster than any other country, where Korean exports have been determined to a very large extent by direct government intervention. I think your point is, what sort of government intervention, what for, and what are the trade-offs between government intervention and the free market? These are the relevant issues.
What is the role of government in relation to the market economy? How do you see it performing, Don Rumsfeld? Do you want to see governments, as it were, enforcing competition by chasing down monopoly, restrictive practices, and all the rest in the society?
The record's clear that they don't do it well. They can't manage the...
But does that mean they shouldn't
do it
at all or do it better?
Take the wage price controls in the United States of America. I happen to have been involved, and I don't say it with any great pride. The real world is, I don't care about good intentions, I don't care about brains, I don't care about integrity. The fact of the matter is they're not smart enough to manage the wages and prices of every American, 215 million strong. They can't do it well. They do it poorly. And the weight of that is harmful. It's graphically shown in every document issued by the Council of Economic Advisors in the United States.
But what about the additional question, though? Does the government properly, in this country or elsewhere, ensure competition by other devices? I'm not talking now about price control, wage control, but ensuring competition rather than permitting price fixing or agreements and monopoly. What do you feel about it?
I feel the government properly acts in that area. The government must be there to ensure competition.
The government's not smart enough. Look at the antitrust law. You talk about the implementation of antitrust regulations in the United States between the Department of Justice and the FTC. It's a patchwork mess. There isn't any logic to it. People don't know what to do. They can't get answers. They're inhibited from mergers and consolidations that would make a lot of sense from the standpoint of the consumer.
And would make even more sense from the point of multinational corporations.
I think that one of the points you're making is that it's very hard for the government to intervene in a very large country like India or the United States. But compare government intervention in some of the small homogeneous countries of Europe or a Singapore. And I think that's very important. Switzerland has a great deal of government intervention. Sweden, Denmark, Norway. I've just quoted you the 4 highest income countries in the world. They do have intervention to try and protect the functioning of the market system and to make it more efficient.
Milton is absolutely right that if you're talking about central planning, that has been disastrous, absolutely, in terms of having targeted industrial allocations and so on. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt in anybody's mind who has studied the problem over the last 20 years.
In India, too.
In India as well, very definitely.
You advised on that, didn't you?
No, not on centralized planning, no.
That wasn't a fair question anyway.
That's all right. I was over there as an advisor, too.
I've been on the side of the angels on that for a number of years, to a point where I'm supposed to be a friend of Milton's there, which is disastrous.
To give advice is one thing, to have it taken is a different one. I agree very much with what Helen Hughes has said, that the more homogeneous a country, the less harm a government will do by intervening. I don't believe it does positive good. I just simply believe it does less harm. But as to antitrust,
Yeah.
I am in favor of the laws which make agreements in restraint of trade illegal. Most of the rest of the antitrust apparatus has promoted monopoly instead of hindered monopoly. If you look at where there are monopolistic elements in the world and in the United States, including the multinationals you want to refer to, in almost every case, that monopoly derives from a special grant by government. And therefore, the problem is not how does government enforce competition? How do you keep government from setting up monopolies? That's the real problem if you look at the real world and not at the preamble or the language of antitrust measures and similar laws.
How close are you to what Deason was saying a moment ago, though, in this area? He seemed to be arguing with you that there was a responsibility to make competition work.
The responsibility is to set up a framework of laws and of arrangements under which competition will flourish. And the most...
Inevitably flourish? I mean, or...
Well, so far as I know, I don't know of any case in history in which monopolies have been able to maintain themselves for very long without having government assistance directly come in on their side. The trade union monopolies that Mr. Deason represents would never have the kind of power they do now if it weren't for the special privileges which government has granted to them. I can perfectly well understand his being in favor of such action, of antitrust action by the government, because it really is pro-monopoly action in the main.
Why were those exemptions to monopoly laws given to unions?
Because of the political power of unions, of course. I'm not questioning that.
And because of the tremendous imbalance of power of companies at the time that unions were getting their start.
There's one concluding idea toward the end of your script that I'd like to look at because it seemed to me to be most provocative. You talked about the need for constitutional restraints on governments to prevent them interfering in foreign exchange, free markets, and in foreign trade. Now, what have you in mind, Milton, when you say constitutional restraints?
No doubt what I have in mind. If I could persuade the public, I would like it to adopt a constitutional amendment strictly parallel to the constitutional prohibition in the text of the Constitution against the central government, against state governments imposing tariffs or imposts. I would like to have a constitutional amendment which would read, the Congress shall not impose any taxes on imports or give any subsidies to exports, except such as may be necessary. I think the wording of the Constitution is that the states are permitted to do it if it's necessary for inspection. That's the excuse under which California inspects you every time you drive past to see whether you're carrying any plants or fruits or vegetables.
Milton, let me ask you a question. How long do you think that the United States would survive if the United States enacted what you would like to have?
I think the United States would prosper in a way that is hardly imaginable today. It would be an example and a beacon to the rest of the world. What kind of sense does it make? Here we are supposedly the leaders of the world. We are the ones who promote freedom and free enterprise and individual initiative. And what do? We force puny little Hong Kong to impose limits, restrictions on its exports at tariffs in order to protect our textile workers. We go to Japan and we say to Japan, for God's sakes, you got to limit the number of television sets you come out. Instead of doing that, we ought to be setting an example to the world. And if we set the kind of an example to the world that Great Britain set to the world in the 19th century, it would be have a tremendous impact. It would strengthen our moral position in the world. It would strengthen our ethical position in the world. Instead of giving money to underdeveloped countries to produce products which we then refuse to buy and don't let them export to us, we would be saying to the rest of the world, if you produce anything, if you can produce anything that can have a market here, come, we're delighted to buy it, and we'll produce things for you to buy. That's the kind of a pattern I would like to see the United States establish.
Your members buy that?
Never.
Never is a long word, sir.
Yes, you're
and
right.
you must distinguish
and one
between...
should never say never.
Your union officials would not buy it. But I am not sure your members would
No,
not.
my members would never buy it either. I cannot conceive of the United States setting itself up to become a target for the rest of the world.
It's not a target.
There would be absolutely nothing that would require or compel any other country to enact any reciprocal agreements relative to tariffs.
That's right.
And until such time as they had succeeded in dumping in the United States, and I use dumping in the broadest sense of the word, any and every product, either government subsidized by a foreign government, either put there because of multinational corporations' manufacturing facilities in a foreign country, until they had succeeded in absolutely draining us dry.
Draining us dry of what?
Of every asset.
How? What would they do with the dollars they got?
They'd probably buy up as they are now, as the...
If they bought up?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let's broaden this on this very argument now, constitutional amendment argument. We've learned from our union friend he can't sell it and won't sell it. Would business buy it?
Oh, no. Speaking...
You lost a large section of the argument.
I'm not saying whether I'd buy it. I'm saying whether
no.
business would buy it, which was the question. No, when I speak not as a businessman, but as a ex-government employee, whenever proposals like that came up, one of the first things people see happen is government, business and labor come in lockstep saying, horrors, horrors, the sky's falling. There's a commonality of interest there, and people get used to what is. They get terribly conservative, and they know how to work the system the way it exists, and particularly the big unions and the big business, and they get very satisfied with it. They can manage it pretty well, and anytime you try to unravel any kind of regulation or restriction or government intrusion, they're philosophically for it, but in the practical world, they don't want you to change the drill. They've just figured out how to work this. Why should you then change it and make it all that more complicated? No, I think you'd get a good deal of reaction, just like you did out of the steel company in your television show.
And what would be international reaction, do you think, as an international economist? Supposing Milton got his amendment, constitutional amendment, which had that effect, how would other countries react to it?
Well, I think Milton's fundamental example of why not be like Britain in the 19th century is wrong. Britain in the 19th century was the industrialized country. It was well ahead of everybody else.
Many decades ahead.
Many decades ahead of everybody else. And it was making larger profits, larger economic rents on its production. And it was doing it at very great cost to the workers in Britain. The workers in Britain were greatly exploited under those circumstances, and we don't want to go back to that. The international situation is much more complex. There are countries at different levels of development, countries with different social systems, and countries with different social objectives. So I think that the solution, is wrongly founded, and it's millenarian, it's utopian. I think that we have to think of a much more realistic process of discussion, negotiation, such as has taken place through GATT, to get to where we're going without hurting the people who pay for the adjustment, and that is basically the workers, not the economists.
Yep. Could I just comment briefly? I worry about the argument that because of the complexities of international relations, that therefore they must be planned and managed. By definition, we're not capable of managing the world economy. Each instance when we try to do it, it doesn't work out quite the way we intended.
I don't apologize for a moment for being millenarian, because I think unless we know where we want to go, the timid steps that we take in that direction will go in the wrong direction. And if we're going to go in the right direction, we ought to have a view. But I want to be sure to get down on the record a very strong objection to the statement of fact by Helen Hughes about 19th century Britain. I believe it is simply wrong. The workers were not exploited. The studies that have been done recently have shown over and over again that the 19th century was a period in which the ordinary English worker experienced a very rapid and very substantial rise in his standard of life. England does not stand alone. Japan had complete free trade for 30 years after the Meiji Restoration. Japan in more recent years has not. Japan in more recent years is not an example I would cite. But in its early years, it had complete free trade. So I don't believe England stands alone. Now, on the
politics of it.
On the politics of it, of course it's not politically feasible. Why? Because it's only in the general interest and in nobody's special interest. Each of us is fundamentally has more concern with our role as a producer of one product than we have as a consumer of 1,001 products. The benefits of a tariff are visible. Mr. Deason can see that his workers are, quote, protected. The harm which a tariff does is invisible. It's spread widely. There are people who don't have jobs because of the tariff, but they don't know they don't have jobs. There's nobody who can organize them. Consumers all over are paying a little more for this, that, and the other thing. They don't recognize that the reason they're paying for it is because of the tariff. The businessmen, I have never been in favor. I'm not pro-business. I'm pro-free enterprise, which is a very different thing. And the reason I'm pro-free enterprise...
when you say that.
No, I don't mean to point to you, Don. I point to the business community, because you are an exception.
Because he conceded there was a tacit alliance across that way to prevent you from achieving your purpose.
Oh, there's no doubt that there's such an alliance. In my opinion, the strongest argument for free enterprise is that it prevents anybody from having too much power, whether that person is a government official, a trade union official, or a business executive. It forces them to put up or shut up. They either have to deliver the goods, produce something that people are willing to pay for or willing to buy, or else they have to go into a different business.
And now we join the invited guests here at the University of Chicago as they discuss Friedman's interpretation of those events and their implications for today.
The 1929 crash, the succeeding calamities, were not the first of their kind. Capitalism has been subject to severe depressions since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. This was the first time, however, government tried to intervene seriously. It did it very badly. The lesson I would draw is a very simple one. Government is unavoidable. The expectations of the public are proper. Government ought to do better. Oddly enough, government did do better until very, very recently, until I would say October 1973 even. Government did reasonably well in fulfilling the expectations of the public. I'm an unrepentant proponent of government intervention, intelligent government intervention, but I would describe much of the intervention which has followed the great 1929 crash as quite intelligent.
Let's take a further look, though, at this argument that just as during the Depression, far from promoting stability, the government has itself been the major single source of instability.
I don't think there is any stability this side of the graveyard. I don't think it matters what system you're working under. You're not going to have a level and hold it under any system with living human beings.
Governments are larger now and therefore more of a source of an influence for good and for bad. And I think, like Mr. von Hoffman, that you can't get perfect stability. Given that you're going to have governments, given that they're legitimate functions of governments, there are also risks in having the government be as active as it is.
Peter J.
I think that government is a god that has failed. I think that we have too much of it and need less of it. I think it has failed to prevent both the modern forms of economic instability and the pre-war ones. I do not, however, think that government is the original or primary source of that instability, and I do not think that simply getting rid of the government, or greatly reducing it, which I'm in favor of, will by itself remove the instability.
I would put it this way. There was a great economist with a suitably esoteric doctrine which could nevertheless be translated, as Dr. Friedman did in the film, into simple English, at the same time as there was the widespread hardship of the Great Depression and the natural yearning of human beings not to repeat anything like it. So you have a coincidence of an appropriate theory with an appropriate public sentiment, and I suppose the symbol in the United States was the passage in 1946 of the Employment Act of that year, which it was a weak measure, but it was nevertheless a public declaration of an obligation of government to do something about employment and economic prosperity, and a good thing too.
Now that's really the crux of the matter. Do you agree it was a good thing too, that obligation was accepted by government at that stage?
I think it's very important here to distinguish two completely different issues. There is a rather narrow issue as to whether Keynes was right or wrong in believing that you could stabilize the economy with regard to really one essential variable, unemployment, by a certain technique which he talked about. We may now think that he was wrong, but that's a quite separate issue from the broad political philosophical issue associated with socialism, associated with social democrats and many other so-called left-wing political thinkers, that the duty of government, so far as it can, is to concern itself not only with defence and law and order and the traditional things, but also with the social welfare and the economic welfare of a society. Now, that's a broad philosophical...
Was that a disaster, as Milton seemed to be implying, or was it a good and helpful and useful thing to happen?
Well, that is one of the great, perhaps the greatest of all debates in political philosophy, as to whether or not it is right or is not right to believe that a society collectively should concern itself with these things and has the right, having concerned itself through law and through government and in other ways, to move to try to correct these things.
But it seems to me, though, that Americans have believed that for the last century. I mean, William McKinley ran on the slogan of a full dinner pail, so that the notion that this is a government responsibility for prosperity dates from the 1930s, I think, is erroneous. What I wonder about after having seen that film is this. We have, in 1929, we have the man who could have saved it dead 2 years, and in 1946, we've got the man who might have saved it dying. So what I have to ask is, are we doomed to find out the right answer only too late? Is it possible that our...
For somebody who's recently died.
Rummage through the morgue.
Well, you asked
No, but I think the question is a very different one. And it goes to much of the discussion to this point. Everybody looks for the right man. You say government...
You brought him up.
Those men
Yeah.
at that time, quite right. But a system which depends on the right man is a bad system. The Federal Reserve was a bad system because it depended on the right man working it. The idea of demand management, of the kind of thing we're talking about, where Keynes's death mattered, was a bad system because it depended on a particular man working it. The notion that the problem that Bob Cashman brought up, that the problem is not that government interferes, but it does it unintelligently, is again a demand for the right man, the man on the white horse who will know what to do. My whole view is very different. It is that it's the system that's wrong, and that we've got to have a system, that the right way to accomplish these objectives is to have a system which doesn't depend on whether you happen to have the right man pushing the buttons at the right time, but which relies on establishing a framework within which an invisible hand, within which the activities of people all over are able jointly to produce the kind of result. It won't produce perfect stability, but it'll produce a far higher degree of stability, a far greater level of freedom, and a far greater level of prosperity than the kind of thing we've had with these governmental interventions.
But somebody still has to design the system. You can't take the people out of it entirely unless you're in the grave, as
of course,
says.
but that doesn't...
But the question is, I mean, it's said that generals always fight the last war. How do we know that the system won't fight the last war? We probably won't have another depression exactly like 1929 to 33. But that doesn't say we won't have another depression or another stagflation or another crisis of some other sort.
But is the process reversible? Because you argued that the public, having been appalled by the Great Depression, in effect demanded of governments that they accept responsibility for the well-being of the economy, for management of the society, and so on. Now, that expectation having been raised, can it be reversed?
Let me answer a question you didn't ask. I'd say that it seems to me that what we're getting here is the question of sort of social astrophysics. And that is, do we have an unseen hand, or are we on the war star where we are trying to design a computer that is going to take care of the navigation of this thing? In other words, it seems to me that that's our central question. Is there a mechanism that you can put right in the center of the spaceship that will operate regardless of who is the captain on the quarterdeck at any one moment in time? I don't think that's an economic question. I think that's a question that goes to religion.
Ah, well, that's not on our agenda, actually. I boldly repeat the question, though. The expectation having been raised in the public mind, can you reverse this process where government is expected to produce the happy result?
Oh, no way. And it would be very foolish of the public, which is on the whole more sensible than academics, to come to this conclusion. They look around them. What do they see? They see a whole collection of visible hands attached to Exxon, other large corporations. These are not small, independent competitors jostling with each other for the patronage of the public. These are large organizations with substantial influence on their markets. Government's interference, clumsy as it often is an almost unavoidable response to the very visible manipulations of large organizations.
If there's, again, you're an academic. We're talking about fact and history. Now, the history is that the growth of government has not been as a result of the things you're pointing out. It isn't the large corporations, it isn't the large unions, it isn't the technological development that has produced the major growth of government. The major growth of government in our time has come in the redistributive area. It's come in the area of designing programs which take from some people and give to others. We're not going to go into those here because we discuss those in our next two programs, which deal with exactly the question of whether the government intervention that was stimulated by the Great Depression has been a success or a failure. But to your point, the grounds that you give for greater government intervention have almost nothing whatsoever to do with the actual factual growth of government. Now, at the end of the war, immediately after World War II, it was thought that government was going to get involved, especially in Britain, in France, in central economic planning on a large scale.
Because of the war experience, too, when government was very much involved.
And in Germany and Japan as well.
Germany and Japan as well. That is a war. Created a myth just as the Great Depression
or
created
rather reinforced the myth of government responsibility.
Yes, but it created a different myth. This is a subject we don't discuss much in the film. We've discussed it in a book that we're bringing out with the same title to go along with the book. But the great myth that was created by the war was a myth that government was efficient. And it was, for wartime purposes, at least in Britain and the United States. It wasn't so efficient in Germany and the losing countries. But why was that a myth? It was a myth because it is one thing for government to plan and to control an economy for a single overriding objective, one solitary objective, win the war. It's a very different thing for government to control the economy for the many numerous tastes of all of us, of a very large number of people in a complex world. And you asked the question of whether people's opinions can be changed.
Yes.
I can't change their opinions, you can't change their opinions, but experience is changing their opinions. Is there anybody anywhere now who believes that government is an efficient way to run an industrial enterprise?
I think your question, can you get the genie back into the bottle, is a very important one. It is undoubtedly true that in democratic countries there will be a public urge expressed through the political process for something to be done about anything that seems to be wrong. The one thing that inhibits that is the belief that it can't be done. There is no politically expressed desire for the government to do something about the weather because it is widely believed that the government does not control the weather. It was widely believed under the gold standard and pre-Keynes that there was nothing the government could do about the kind of economic trade cycle and depressions that we had before that time. Since then, it is very widely believed, Milton may believe, I may believe wrongly, but nonetheless it's very widely believed that that is now a manageable thing, and therefore the demand is expressed that unemployment should not rise too high, inflation should not rise too high, and so forth.
That we should have a war on want or a war on poverty.
Now, if you believe, as Milton does, and on this issue I agree with him, that in fact government cannot handle this issue, and you want to get that genie back into the bottle, you can't simply do it by authorities or pundits or academics or others saying, here is a new rule, the government will do nothing. It will not intervene, it will not perform, there will just be a simple monetary rule. You've got politically to persuade people that this is part of a system which they can understand, which will in fact deliver for them the minimal economic objectives that they have, which are basically high employment and stability of prices and one or two other things. Now, in order to do that, you've got to describe a political economic system which will in fact deliver that result. And they will not believe, and in my opinion they will rightly not believe, that simply going back to where we were or where we imagined that we were in 1930 or 1870 by withdrawing the government from the game and doing nothing else will produce that result, and they're right not to believe it.
The kind of pristine view that you appear to be putting up of no government isn't really a consistent view. Because
I'm not putting up a view of no government. I'm putting up a view of a limited government, limited to specific functions.
How you impose the limit.
Note that today the budget of HEW is 1.5 times the whole defense budget. That is not where the major growth of government has come. Whether we spend too little or too much on the military is a very arguable issue which I'm not competent to discuss. Yeah, okay. But it is not the cutting edge of the dispute that we're engaged in. That cutting edge is on all these other functions which government has increasingly taken on its shoulders.
How do you get from here to there?
By persuading people to do it and by doing it gradually. You do not get it overnight. CAB was a very, very persuasive element on getting rid of one branch of regulation. The failure of government to produce the full employment and the stable prices that was promised is another. You know, whom are we kidding? Is there anybody around anymore who really believes the government knows how to prevent, by its present methods, inflation or unemployment? We've had increasing inflation. We've had increasing unemployment, not only in the United States.
We know this government doesn't.
It seems to me that we're talking about at least 4 kinds of government intervention of differing popularity among the public. One is redistributive, via the Social Security system and so on, and lots of that is popular. Welfare is unpopular, but Social Security is quite popular. Medicare has a mixed reputation, Medicaid a bad reputation. The redistributive system is a mixed bag from the public standpoint. Another kind of intervention deals with unemployment, a third kind deals with prices, and a fourth kind deals with regulation. Now, again, there is a cry about regulation, which itself breaks down, it seems to me, into 2 parts, partly a safety kind of thing, partly an economic kind of thing. I doubt that the public is prepared, for example, to eliminate the Food and Drug Administration.
Take the way of trying to smooth out the business cycle.
All right, now wait on that. I think that the record of doing this in its clumsy way, Republicans, Democrats, assorted administrations in England and elsewhere, between 1945 and 1973 was quite good. Average unemployment during this considerable span of years was lower than it had been probably in any previous spell of modern economic history. Inflation was not a persistent problem in this. Now, I would say, putting the claim at a very modest one, that Keynesian intervention, if we use that as a label, worked pretty well for a whole generation. Now, anything that works well for a whole generation isn't entirely bad. From that fact, and the undeniable fact that things are working poorly now, are we to conclude that the Keynesian sort of mixed regulation was wrong, or alternatively that we need still more regulation? That's my conclusion, I might say.
You want the right people manipulating the levers, but go back. Memory smooths things out. If you really look at that 25-year period you're talking about, it was not a period of stability. It was a period that was punctuated by the very sharp inflation of the Korean War. It was a period that was punctuated by 3 recessions in the course of about 8 years in the 50s and early 60s. It was a period in which you had inflation really starting to go from creeping to running in the latter 60s. It was a period which laid the groundwork for the kind of situation in which we are now, where you have both higher unemployment and higher inflation. It was
I mean, there were these movements, as we say, but they weren't the movements like the 1930s. There was a recession in 58. Yes, we all called it a recession. We all worried about it and so on, but it was a small thing, little potatoes.
The same thing was true in earlier periods between the Great Depressions. If you take the area between the Great Depression in the United States of the 1870s and the 1890s, again, you had a period like that. If you take it between the Great Depression of the 1890s and World War I, with one minor exception, it was similar to that. So that what you have, and this is a historical fact, is that except for the Great Depressions, all of which are linked to monetary collapses and to governmental involvement, in the interim period, the society has been reasonably stable.
Have we reached a stage, incidentally, where we need not again see anything like the Great Depression? You say recessions, yes, but it bears no relationship to what we knew in the 30s. Have we solved that problem now? People are deeply...
No, I don't think we have, because I think the seeds of it remain there. I don't agree with Professor Lukachman that everything was, I don't want to misparaphrase him, but did pretty well until 1973 and it suddenly all went wrong. It seems to me that the seeds of the subsequent instability, stagflation, were there before, that each time round the economic cycle, inflation went a little faster. Each time round the economic cycle, unemployment tended to be a bit higher. But this brings me to what is my disagreement with Professor Friedman. I agree with him that government has failed to correct, and is bound to fail to correct, that instability. I do not agree with him that it is the root cause of that instability, or that simply removing or containing the government will remove that instability, because his constitution, and I agree with all the things he wants to put into it, but I want to put more into it, leaves big capital entirely free to operate. Now, he doesn't mind that. In response to big capital, you are bound to get, as a simple natural reaction, big labor. He doesn't mind that. He's quite happy with that. But my contention is that once you have big labor, you have a way of setting rewards in society, not only by trade unions, but through all sorts of other processes whereby groups get together in order to exploit the political process and legal rights and to protect themselves from competition, in which inevitably people set rewards above what economists call the market clearing price for labor, i.e. they set levels of reward which make it impossible that everybody should be employed. You therefore have a built-in tendency to high unemployment. If governments react to that on the Keynesian pattern by trying to inject spending which will enable these people to be employed, then I agree with Professor Friedman that all you get is faster and faster inflation, and that, if you like, is caused by the government. But the government is a proximate cause of an original instability that is already there. And there's nothing in Professor Friedman's constitution which would correct that inherent, if you like, contradiction or flaw in classical Western political economy.
Do you deny, Peter, I want to ask just one question of Peter. Do you deny that big government plays a large part in the rise of big capital and big labor?
I think they're interactive. I once said big capital causes big labor, causes big government, causes big failure. And that is the tragic story, in my opinion, of the 20th century. We have to unravel that.
If you start that route with big government, will it be wrong? Big government causes big capital, causes big labor, causes big failure.
I don't think historically that's what's happened. But you and I are agreed we don't want big government.
That's right.
What we're disagreed about is what else we need.
I think something is seriously wrong with a beautiful system which develops this big, clumsy, aggressive government, huge corporations with more influence over their markets than is desirable from the standpoint of free competitive theory, trade unions, which at least according to some opinions have a similarly malignant influence on their markets. There must be something radically flawed with a capitalist system which allows these institutional developments. This doesn't alarm me because I'm a socialist. But I would readily...
There must be something radically wrong with the socialist philosophy which allows the extraordinary, the much worse developments that have occurred wherever there has been any real significant attempt to put a thoroughgoing socialism into practice.
Socialism is a word of many meanings.
No, I think we might easily get into a quite separate debate.
Right.
I think it's possible to note in passing that they may both be right, that conventional capitalism, conventional socialism as conceived in the 20th century are both wrong, and that the polarization of the debate between those simple two alternatives greatly impoverishes the real range of political economic choices which modern societies have.
But what has happened? Over and over again, one claim after another for the kind of socialism, this kind of socialism or that kind of socialism, has turned to ashes. And each time, the answer has come, oh, well, it was a wrong brand of socialism that was adopted, or the wrong people were running it.
But you're
saying an argument yourself, Milton.
No, I'm not.
The Federal Reserve in 1929 failed to do the right thing. It was the wrong brand of capitalism.
It was a wrong brand, absolutely, but what I'm saying is something different. I can at least point to examples in history of systems, of capitalist systems, in which the government had a fairly limited role. Not my ideal government. Many things doing many things I would not want it to do. But I'm going to point to such examples of long stretches of history in which have been relatively successful, where the major achievements of humankind, not merely in economics, but in all other areas, have largely arisen. It is very difficult to point to any similar examples of where big government has achieved such success.
But you said before you didn't like to go back. You're now talking about going back.
No,
took place
I didn't say I didn't like to go back. What I said is going back or forward is irrelevant. What we want to do is the right thing wherever it comes from.
Because, as Bob Lukacsman said earlier, things have increased in scale, and the scale of business has increased. And you were saying just before, big government, big labor, big industry, big firms go together, and you didn't accept it before. When Bob said you accept it now from here.
No, I don't accept it. What I accept is that big government is a major factor promoting big labor and big capital. I did not accept that in the absence of big government, you would have the big capital and big labor that worries him.
You don't think the big capital arose before the government?
What are we doing here? No, I mean, defending big government is like defending death and taxes. When was the last time you met anybody who was in favor of big government?
Today, I met Bob Lukacsman.
With discrimination.
Not per se. You're in favor of functions.
I make a living by making distinctions, after all. Certainly not without qualification.
How the floor.
What I was going to say is, I think most of us are not in favor of big government as a theory. The question that keeps haunting me here is how do you, going back to your question of just the monetary regulation, how do you make, and let's assume that you can really, we'll go a step further and we'll say, we'll go all the way with you, we will install that mechanism. What makes you think that when the storms arise, that the people running that mechanism are not going to misread just as they did in the past?
Because I'm going to have, if I had my way, I would have a mechanism which didn't require them to read anything.
In other words, simply a money formula.
Absolutely.
It is cranked out in relation to the GNP regardless.
Right.
The question is, how are you going to keep them tampering with this black box? That you have a thing...
I'm not going to have a black box. I'm going to have a very visible system. I've written out it, as you know.
No, I know.
Developed at great length the precise details of what I would do.
It will calculate this, but then there's going to be someone who'll come in, the people that you dislike will say, but we could do it a little bit better by doing it this way or that way.
Of course.
How will you keep them from doing it?
Well, in the only way in which you can do it in a democratic society, by establishing both a written and an unwritten, and the unwritten is just as important as the written, an unwritten constitution on the part of the public at large, an acceptance of the view that this is not what people in government ought to be doing.
It's a sacred measure.
Well, if you want,
yeah.
But not necessarily sacred in a theological sense.
No, but unfair criticism Professor Friedman says he's a bad doctor because people won't actually take his medicine. I mean, that is not fair, but it does seem to me, and I say it again, that to reduce the whole debate to one, are you in favor of big government or small government, as though that was the only interesting or important political economic choice we had to make, is very foolish.
That is very foolish.
And if you put it in that form, in practice in democratic societies, people will go on backing, supporting, and paying for big government. Because unless you, in addition to pointing out the errors, defects, weaknesses, fallibilities, and failures of government, you also describe in some detail and with some attraction the other changes that you're going to make in the non-governmental sector of the economy, which are going to give people the kind of protection, the kind of opportunities, the kind of fulfillment, the kind of stability, the kind of prosperity that they want. They are not going to buy it because you're offering them in a pig in a poke, and they will see it, whether or not you approve of the phrase or whether or not I approve of the phrase, as going back to something which they're glad to have got away from.
The question of how you draw the lines and where you draw the lines is a difficult one, and I can't see any possible way of somehow making a decision on that that will stand like the Rock of Gibraltar against all comers.
I don't think that the public is going to, nor should it, choose ideologically. I think it's going to favor and disfavor certain activities of government out of its experience, by its perception of what's good in its own interests and so on. And I don't preclude the possibility that there will be a different mixture of perceptions by the public, which will lead to a shift in the functions of government. But I think it's at least as possible that after the shift occurs, government will be perceived to have more functions as that it will have fewer functions.
It seems to me also that you could have the monetary policy that you're talking about and have the very big HEW, et cetera, and more easily.
Unfortunately, you're right.
Now, could you dilate on that?
No,
I meant it, seriously.
I agree with you. I agree with Nick. So these are separable issues. And Peter J. will agree with that, too. In fact, he and I are in almost complete agreement on the desirable monetary policy. Where we differ is on these other policies. And there is certainly no doubt that you could have an essentially automatic stabilizing monetary policy of the kind which I've suggested, of a fixed rate of monetary growth, no discretionary intervention for cyclical purposes, and at the same time have a very big government on HEW, have all sorts of regulation, have tariffs and all other things. With respect to Peter J.'s more general statement, it's impossible not to agree with his statement because it concentrates on objectives and not on means. And the real issue has to do with means. What are the most appropriate and effective means which will give people the greatest assurance? You can't give them certainty, but the greatest assurance that they will have a reasonably stable society with opportunity for themselves.
There we will end the discussion for this week, and we hope you'll join us again in the next edition of Free to Choose.
As I looked at the film, I had a growing sense of anger. Anger that position failed to recognize that the system that was being attacked was necessary in our capitalistic free enterprise system that by its own failure produces poverty and therefore requires governmental intervention in the interest of those people caught in the traps of poverty. So as I sat and looked at the film and as I hear Dr. Friedman's statement, I was aroused to the point, as I said, of anger, because only half the story is told. We are really blaming again a victim, this time a system, the welfare system, for the failure of other systems to operate in the interest of people.
Let's get other reactions now to that statement. Trying to do good with other people's money simply has not worked. The welfare system is rotting away the very fabric of society. Tom Sowell.
My reaction was just the opposite. My anger was at what had been created in the city where I grew up under very different conditions during the period of capitalistic failure, during the period when there wasn't this humanitarianism, and where it was possible for people to live better and to get out of that poverty. Now I think someone living in the very same place where I lived would find it much harder to escape from that poverty because of all these things. Buildings were not abandoned like the buildings that we saw in that film when I lived in Harlem. The crime rate, all the things that are blamed upon the failures of the previous method did not exist. I slept out on the fire escapes in Harlem. I would defy anybody to do that in any part of New York City today.
Traditionally, in the United States, we have tried to avoid some of the welfare trap that was referred to by denying eligibility to people who are able-bodied and not aged and so on. And we have therefore tried to close the welfare door to a good number of categories within the poor population. The second point that was emphasized, and I think needs to be put in some perspective, is that some, but not all, of what we might call welfare programs broadly have this very strong take-back of benefits as you earn some more money. And that, I guess, is what I would like to single out as the principal problem identified in the film, but it is not common to any and all welfare programs that one might think of.
When the family fails, when the private sector fails to create jobs at a fast enough rate, you find that people are unemployed and drift into needing help in order to exist. And the welfare system was created in the 30s to do exactly that. When the private sector essentially failed, we have the development of a welfare system. It is not corrupting society, it is taking what society institutions have left behind. The family breaking up, the economy not expanding fast enough, the health system failing, the educational system not doing its job. We have untrained, unskilled people looking for jobs in a highly technical society, or jobs that pay so low that people cannot, in fact, live in a decent level of humanity. I see the welfare system not corrupting, but in fact taking the remains and attempting to help people live in dignity.
So rotting away the fabric of society is not supported, except perhaps by you. Would you back that phrase?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're talking about the failures of the other parts of society. What the welfare system and other kinds of governmental programs are doing is paying people to fail. Insofar as they fail, they receive the money. Insofar as they succeed, even to a moderate extent, the money is taken away. This is even extended into the school systems, where they will give money to schools with low scores. Insofar as the school improves its education, the money is taken away, so that you are subsidizing people to fail in their own private lives and become more dependent upon the handouts.
We have expectations built in today about the quality of life, the quality of job, the level of income for which one expects in return. Why? Because we look at the level around us that it takes us to have a fairly decent level.
No, that's not why. I may have all sorts of expectations. The question is, what can I do? If someone else is subsidizing my expectations will be far higher. Insofar as the Center for Advanced Study was subsidizing my expectations a few years ago, I refused to work at UCLA for the normal full professor's salary. Why should I, when I can get the same money for being at the Center for Advanced Study with no hours, no duties, and no classes?
Let's look at another proposition in Milton's case. The insidious effect on those who receive welfare. They lose their human independence and dignity, are treated like children, and so on. Now, Dr. Dumpson, as a former administrator of a major program, is that a great hazard?
That is not a great hazard. As a matter of fact, that presumes that people get on welfare, stay on welfare, and therefore have the result that Dr. Friedman's statement issues. The fact of the matter is that in our AFDC programs throughout the country, in particular, it was this true in New York, there is a gradual turnover of the welfare AFDC roles about a third of them go off each year. Now, if these people were so destroyed by the system, when they go off, they wouldn't go into employment, they wouldn't hold employment, they wouldn't stay off the rolls for 6 months, 18 months, 24 months, as long as they are able to stay off. So there's something wrong with that argument when one looks at people and what they do. People, you know, who are poor are no different from those of us who are not poor. And their motivation for self-dependency, self-support, and mobility in the economic scale is no different than those than the motives we have. So that they will not let the system. You remember, Dr. Friedman, the welfare rights organizations who refused to let the system squelch them down as it was attempting to do. And we turned the policies around.
You and I agree completely that the people who are poor and are on welfare rolls are no different from the rest of us. Of course not. They are human beings and they deserve every sympathy and every possibility of making their own way. But the welfare system makes them different.
But you give them
it makes it in their interest to be different.
How do you account for them going off the rolls?
Figures are figures, and you've got to be careful with figures. The fact that a third, there's a turnover of a third, does not mean that there aren't half who are on all the time. People come on, go off, come on, go off. We've got to have the other figure.
The latest statistic, Dr. Friedman, is that 34% of the people on AFDC are on for 5 years or longer. And when one thinks of the purpose of the AFDC program, which was the rearing and support of children, dependent children, minor children, I would submit to you that 5 years is not a terribly long time for a mother and children to have to be dependent if there's no other source of income.
I think the other data, we have a program in Pennsylvania for essentially all of those who are not taken care of by the AFDC program. It's called a General Assistance Program, and there less than 15% are on more than 18 months. So we have a great turnover. We have essentially young males moving into the welfare system after unemployment compensation and then moving out when a job opportunity comes along. This, I think the notion of generations of people on welfare is a very small minority in the whole system. That doesn't mean that the system as presently defined and as the set of programs that we have put together don't often contradict each other. And I'm the first to agree with Dr. Friedman that some of the programs are conflicting. However, I think it is overly broad to say that we turn people into helpless children.
I don't remember talking to anyone who's ever been on welfare who didn't think they were being treated like children while they were on it.
Of course, one must make a difference, a distinction between a system that was set up to help people and the people who are employed in that system. Look at any public welfare system around the country, and we have practically few trained people to work with people. We employ the ill-trained, people who are not equipped to be helping people. We say they're social workers. They're not social workers. They have neither the skills, the attitudes, and some of them not even the concern. So I think one has to separate out a conceptual framework of a system designed to help people and what the country and community puts into that system to implement those programs.
You mean separate the hopes from the reality?
I separate the skills that are available in order to implement what the objectives of the program are. And I think we have to separate whether we're talking about program objectives or we're talking about how it operates. I would be the first to say that the system that I administered had ill-prepared people to do the job that we were set up to do. But I would not say that the system that we set up...
I've talked to some social welfare people who think that, in fact, they were so hamstrung by the system that there was very little they could do to help people to get off welfare. That is, to build up skills, get jobs, do whatever was necessary to get off welfare. They felt it was the system.
Bob Lappin, you
well,
want to
the
comment?
system that we're stereotyping is one of a great deal of paternalistic interference in individual families' lives. And in fact, isn't this true, Mr. Dumpson? The caseload is so high for an individual welfare worker that they can't do a lot of interfering in individual family lives. Moreover, in the last decade, there's been a real attempt to ease this welfare trap in AFDC by changing the take-back rate and by administering work expenses and child care expenses in such a way as to facilitate work by those who may want to do it. So it's not quite as harsh a picture as we sometimes get, that there is this omniscient welfare worker who's right there in the living room with the family making all their decisions for them.
I've never heard of a government program which was defective, in which the people who ran it didn't say, if only we had more money to spend on what we're not being able to accomplish with the amount we're spending now.
Milton, I'm going to move on now to some of your prescriptions in that film, because I think it's a good ground for discussion. The most drastic one was when you said, speaking of an unemployed man, supposing you were cruel and took away welfare from this man, he would find a job at some wage. There would always be a job he could get. He might need some charity en route, private charity, but he would get a job. Now, I want you to react, those of you, before we come back to Milton on that. Is that a picture that seems plausible to you?
He may get a job, but he may get a job in what we refer to as the underground economy. And that's where a number of our youth are now going to get their jobs. Those activities that are illegal, and the only opportunity they have for earning part of a livelihood.
I think the other issue is that you have a whole group of people who are the single female head of a household. And yes, cut off welfare tomorrow. What will they do? What will be their immediate response? At what price to their small children and to their middle-aged children? Yes, they'll get a job. In fact, the statistics show that women, in fact, are the most successful through the employment program. But what has to supplement that, typically, is the provision of some kind of daycare arrangement. Either the individual woman has to earn enough money to be able to pay privately for her daycare, or in fact she is, quote, subsidized through this insidious corrupting set of programs run by the federal government, which in fact makes her employable and a taxpayer. It's an interesting notion of trying to get people in a productive mode.
Tom Sowell.
It's incredible the way you start the story in the middle, as if there's a predestined amount of poverty, a predestined amount of unemployment, and that the welfare system is not itself in any way responsible for that.
There is a predestined 20% of the bottom half of the population.
I have never, that's always been true. And
There's going to be 20% at the bottom.
I agree with you. It's also true that 20% of the bottom population doesn't have to be living on the government and ruled by the government. You mentioned, for example, the female-headed household. Many of those, in addition to the grown woman who has all the kids, are teenage pregnancies. There's not a predestined amount of teenage pregnancy. I grew up in an era when people, and particularly blacks, were a lot poorer than today, faced a lot more discrimination than today, and in which the teenage pregnancy rate was a lot lower than today. I don't believe there is a predestined amount of teenage pregnancy, a predestined amount of husband desertion. Gutman has done a study of the black family showing that this whole notion that the black family has always been disintegrating, that is nonsense, that his studies go up to 1925, the great bulk of black families were intact, two-parent families up through 1925, and going all the way back through the era of slavery. So it is now only within our own time that we suddenly see this inevitable tragedy which the welfare system says it's going to rush in to solve, but which it is itself a part.
We're talking about a very small group. We're talking about 12% of the families are not intact, are not two-parent families at any one period of time.
I mean among welfare recipients or the population at large?
No, among the public at large. We're talking about 12% of the families. 12%.
That's right.
That's a small number. But
none of those on welfare.
We're still talking about a significant component of the bottom 20% that are the bottom 20%. Whether they are above the poverty line or below the poverty line, they are still the bottom 20%. And the issue is, what is the responsibility of the other 80%, if any, toward those individuals?
Does your program plan to eliminate there being a bottom 20%?
No. But it intends to raise the bottom 20%. So
you're raising them by having more illegitimacy, more unemployment.
I'm not making them have illegitimate children. I hope that's clear.
I think. You don't have to do that. You simply subsidize it.
We as human beings don't have a responsibility, but I hope we have a compassion and an interest in the bottom 20%. And I only want to say to you that the capitalist system, the private enterprise system in the 19th century did a far better job of expressing that sense of compassion than the governmental welfare programs are today. The 19th century, the period which people denigrate as a high tide of capitalism, was a period of the greatest outpouring of eleemosynary and charitable activity that the world has ever known. And one of the things I hold against the welfare system most seriously is that it has destroyed private charitable arrangements which are far more effective, far more compassionate, far more person-to-person in helping people who are really, for no fault of their own, in disadvantaged situations.
I have to disagree with you, though, because I think that the whole notion of private property was excluded. Whole segments of society were excluded from the notion of private property in the 19th century, namely women, idiots, and imbeciles. And so I don't go back to the 19th century and hold that up as any paragon that we would want to replicate today.
Anyway, I want Milton now to come to your major prescription, which I know you don't say is on the agenda for tomorrow, but it lies ahead. That is the negative income tax. And I'm not sure people fully understand how it would work. We can't, I think, go into the details of it, but I'd like to get a reaction around the panel, first of all. Is this a viable approach to the enduring problems of poverty? Negative income tax.
I think it's a viable approach to some part of the problems of poverty. It involves, first of all, cash payments rather than in-kind payments, as I understand it. It involves payments on a non-categorical basis.
What do you mean non-categorical?
That is to say, it doesn't matter whether you're a female-headed family or a male-headed family, or whether you're young or old, whether you're sick or well.
If your income falls below a certain level,
it does pay some guaranteed income level for people based on family size, and then it has a take-back rate, which is modest, I suppose, by definition. Now, the question is how many things you want to use that program to replace. How many things you want to replace with such a negative income tax program.
Would you replace everything with it? Just to clear that point up, would you virtually wipe out the remaining forms of welfare if you got this program going?
Yes, I would not. I think its purpose is precisely to provide a transition between where we are now and where we would like to go, because because I agree with you that given that we've corrupted the people on welfare and gotten them on there, we do have an obligation not to throw them out in the street and put them in the difficult adjustment you've made. We've got to ease it off.
Sure.
And so, but I would want to replace all present welfare programs.
Now let's get reactions to this, and we'll come back to you.
Well, I saw some figures recently which said that if you took all the money spent on poverty in the United States and divided it by all the poverty family, you come up with a figure of $32,000 per family. Now, the average poverty family apparently is not getting the $32,000. And so clearly someone in between the Treasury and those families is getting an awful lot of that money. And I think that if you simply eliminated the middleman, as they say in the commercials, that there'd be an awful lot of benefit both to the poor and to the taxpayers.
I'm supportive of the negative income tax concept and the objective of it. I'd like to point out, however, that administratively we have another bureaucracy set up. Somebody has to take into account earnings. Someone has to decide when to pay back that which they're entitled to. There's a time lag between the paying back, the earning and the paying back. There are a variety of problems in there that I will be prepared to accept, but I want you to know that government intervention is not going to be eliminated.
The issue that I have is, where do children come in? What are their rights under a negative income tax? And are we, by building in a negative income tax, in fact subsidizing the illegitimacy that Tom Sowell is so concerned about?
The major reason it is not feasible today to have a negative income tax is because the present welfare bureaucracy would be out of work. They are the major objectors, as Senator Pat, and now he's now a Senator, Pat Moynihan, then demonstrated in his book on the Nixon program. The chief obstacle to getting it enacted was a welfare bureaucracy. So that I don't believe these administrative problems, if you got it enacted, would be at all serious.
I think the other assumption under the negative income tax, and it's one that I'm not sure I can buy, is that everybody has a minimum level of understanding about how to spend money. In other words, how to use the marketplace to satisfy wishes. And I, as an economist, could say, yes, we do. Everybody from age 4 to 100 knows how to use money to satisfy wants. And that's the premise.
They don't. There are all sorts of problems of people who are not going to be able to. But that's a minority problem. That's a problem for private activity and private charity. One thing is sure. They would be spending their own money, and that however knowledgeable you are about how to spend...
They would be spending my money.
They would be spending my money, but it would be one stage less bad. Right now, the welfare worker is spending Mr. A's money to help Mr. C. And there's a big takeoff in the middle, as Tom Sowell said.
The question is not whether people on welfare or on low incomes can all spend their money effectively. The question is, how effectively do they spend it as compared to how effectively the bureaucrats spend it for them? Comparing anything to perfection or to some arbitrary standard settles nothing. The same thing is true in the education area. They're saying, would families be able to select schools for their kids under a voucher system, for example? Well, the question is, could they possibly do much worse than the current bureaucrats are doing in the public school system?
We're going on education in another program. Bob Lampton.
I want to quibble with something you said, Tom, about half of the money not going to the poor or something. That shouldn't lead the viewer to think that all that money is going to the administrators of programs. A lot of what you're talking about goes to non-poor recipients. For example, Social Security as a program pays roughly half of its benefits to people who otherwise would not be poor. Unemployment insurance pays about 2/3 of its benefits or so to non-poor persons. And those are, in some definitions, welfare or anti-poverty programs. And that's how statisticians come up with this horrendous sounding discrepancy between the total amount of money spent and the total cash benefits that go to the poor.
Well, I think it's a perfectly valid point, though, because supposedly we were not setting up unemployment benefits and Social Security in order to keep the affluent affluent.
Well, this goes back to this big philosophy debate we might have. I think it's easy to oversimplify things and say that all of these programs, including the public schools, are there to be of help to the poor and the poor only.
Yeah, but
let me mention that the negative income tax has some of its impetus in that it would be a way of confining benefit payments to people who are income poor.
Yes,
and it would cut out benefits for an awful lot of people who now have expectations that they're going to get them, not in the form of public assistance, but in the form of social insurance, as we use the
an argument could be made for not disappointing the expectations on which people have built their lives for one generation, but not of continuing it for eternity in order to avoid one generation of transition.
What are the other hurdles to it getting underway? Now, you said, I don't know how seriously, the biggest and almost the only hurdle is the welfare bureaucracy.
No, they're the biggest immediate group of lobbyists that will lobby against it.
Yeah.
The biggest hurdle to getting it over at the moment is that there is no way of constructing a sensible negative income tax system that will not hurt some people. There will be some people who will get less money than they are now getting under it, particularly those in the upper income groups, particularly the affluent who are now being subsidized by the welfare. And they will make it politically difficult for the people to put it into effect. The attempt is to put a negative income tax in effect, which costs less money, is easier to administer, and yet which doesn't pay anybody in the society $1 less than he's now getting. There's no way in which you can construct such a program. But although it's not politically feasible now, the force of history is on its side. It's going to become political feasible.
Let's not say that give the impression that welfare administrators were against the negative income tax, the FAP program, for example, as Moynihan says, because they would lose their jobs, for example. Many of us were opposed to it because of certain features in that program. A $2,400 level for a family of 4. We were opposed to that. And if one goes down the congressional record, those who testified will be shown to be saying, yes, we're for it conceptually, but we're against this piece and this piece. If you change that, you have our support.
I was in the same position. I first proposed the negative income tax 25 years ago, but I testified against the final version of the Nixon plan. Why? Because the welfare bureaucrats had led them to introduce changes in it which converted it from a decent, satisfactory, negative income tax to one which would have been just as bad as what you now have. Would have been added on top of everything else. It's political reality, but political reality changes. And that's the important thing. I want to say one more thing about this whole problem that we've been talking about. And that is, going back to Bob Lampman's comment, there is one thing that can be said in favor of the welfare program, unaccustomed as I am to saying anything in favor of it, and that is that it is the only social program I know of which at least, on the average, gives money to people who are in lower income classes than those who pay the taxes. Every other welfare program, not only does a lot of money go to the people who are well off, but on the average, the poor are taxed and the well-to-do are subsidized. We in the upper income classes have been very clever at conning the poor suckers at the bottom to pay us nice salaries as bureaucrats and to provide us with nice benefits at their expense. And at least the welfare program doesn't do that.
And what you state with great confidence that it will come, the negative income tax, even though you recognize the hurdles. Why are you so sure it will come?
Because the present system has within it the seeds of its own destruction. There is no way in which a system constructed like the present, in my opinion, can avoid creating more and more social problems, and something is going to have to be done. Nobody has proposed any alternative.
So far as I know, there is no effective alternative to the negative income tax. And so it gets knocked down, and it keeps rising, it gets knocked down, and it keeps rising.
Yeah, finally raise the question, though, whether in any modern industrial democracy like this one, it's conceivable the system can be run without a fairly elaborate welfare underpinning of some kind. What do you feel, Ms. Bonin?
I don't think it can be, because I think essentially the set of welfare programs reflect the values of this society, that if it didn't, there would have been revolt long before now. Yes, there are rumblings about its cost, and I think that's primarily a function of rapid rates of inflation eroding real income earning power of the middle-class taxpayer. But I think on one level we wanted to give up the responsibility of caring, the responsibility of day-to-day actual caring. And in a technical, modern, industrial society like we have, the tax system and the government system is probably isn't viable alternative. I don't think we're going to get out of it. I don't think you're going to see private charities who can take my money that I am free to give or not give and essentially make a difference in people's lives of any substance on any level.
I don't think that has anything to do with society being modern, technological, or industrial. It has to do with an ideology, and particularly an ideology that is very strong among academic intellectuals and in the media. And I think that as time goes on and more intelligent ideas replace the kinds of vague visions that dominate today, that the political climate will change, and that's the only thing that stands in the way of reform right now.
James Dudson?
I don't think you're going to get rid of the system, but I'm interested in a welfare system. I'm interested in Tom's last statement about academicians and theorists and so forth. We forget that we're talking about people, and we may sit in the ivory tower and talk about whether this system will work, and either logically or ideologically why it won't work. At the same time, there are masses of people outside who are locked out of the system that you and I are part of. And somehow we've got to make sure that those people are taken care of. And the short of not doing it, of course, means that your safety and my safety and the vitality of this government and of our country is at stake. The mayor of the city of New York asked me when we had a strike, what would I do if I couldn't get checks out to people when our workers were on strike? And I said to him after the first month, chaos. And he said, what do you mean? I said, no man or woman in the city of New York, you included, Mr. Mayor, will be safe if we cannot take care of people.
Our guest here at the University of Chicago.
Mr. Friedman is right that all over the world people are beginning to stir and are striving for a measure of equality, for a measure of justice. But I think he demeans and trivializes those struggles when he tells us all that we can't all have Marlene Dietrich's legs. Moreover, he confuses us by using the term freedom. I think what Mr. Friedman means by the term freedom is economic license. And economic license, the economic license of those who control property and those who control capital has in fact been a threat not only to equality, but a threat to the freedom of peoples all over the world, and not only in Europe and in the United States, but in Africa, in Asia, and in Latin America.
Let me get two other reactions now to that idea, that this new ideal of equality in this world's goods, represents a very serious threat to freedom. Peter J.
Well, first, as the only British person on this panel, perhaps you would allow me to say in passing that I think that many of the things which Professor Friedman says about the British experience in the last 30 years are a gross distortion and a gross travesty of what's actually gone on in Britain, and I hope that we'll have an opportunity to come back in the course of the discussion.
Very much.
But I think that your question brings up what is to me the absolutely central confusion in the exposition that we saw in the film, and I'm a great admirer of Professor Friedman. I've studied him, I've listened to him, I've debated with him, and always before I found him at least clear, even when he's been wrong. Today I found him grossly confused, and in this specific and all-important respect. Is he telling us that absolute equality is a mistaken objective? In which case I think he's tilting at windmills, he is attacking a straw man. There is almost nobody on the other side of that argument. Or is he saying that any concern at all by societies and governments with reducing inequality is mistaken, is not only in conflict with freedom and efficiency and other human objectives, but is absolutely wrong? In which case I think he's talking absolute nonsense. His arguments tend to support the first rather platitudinous proposition that absolute equality is still less absolute sameness is a foolish and exaggerated objective. His arguments do not at all support the second claim that it is wrong to concern oneself with distribution of income and wealth and reducing inequality at all.
First of all, I would disagree violently with the notion that the people are stirring. A very small handful of intellectuals have generated an enormous amount of noise. When I look at opinion polls, particularly if I look at opinion polls of blacks in the United States, most blacks in the United States do not take any strong position in favor of equality of results. In fact, most of the polls that I've seen of blacks put them, if you want to use this expression, very well to the right of most intellectuals on most of these social issues. It is not the people who are stirring, it is a handful of intellectuals. The question is not absolute equality, it's a question of what concept of equality you're aiming at, whether you're getting it absolutely or to one degree or the other. Are you aiming at a concept of equality of opportunity at the outset, or are you aiming at a concept of equality of results? It's also not a question of whether it's material goods only. Whether it's material goods, status, or whatnot, again, the same question comes back. Are you thinking about equality of opportunity, prospective equality, or are you thinking about retrospective results at the finish line? And I think that's the crucial distinction.
What I mean by equality is the concept I would like to see pursued is a concept that Tom Sowell just discussed of equality of opportunity. The concept that increasingly is being taken up by the intellectual community is equality of results. Now, nobody, and I agree with Peter, nobody means identity.
Nobody, you said so on the film. You said so yourself. Absolutely. All that argument about we produce one human prototype and put him in the museum, that's exactly what you said.
Nobody, when you press him, will say he means identity. And yet, if I take the logic of their argument, almost all the logic of such arguments proceeds as if identity were achievable, as if there were some way in which you could measure individual equality. As Tom Sowell was saying, you have to ask, in what direction are they moving? See, the fundamental distinction between you and me on this, I believe, is a very different one. I think there's all the difference in the world between a social or governmental system in which 90% of the people tax themselves to help 10% who are in distress, and a system in which 80% of the people in the middle try to tax the 10% on the top in order to help the 10% at the bottom. What you end up doing is you end up, Mr. A and B in the ancient story of the forgotten man, you end up with A and B imposing taxes on C to help D, and some of it, after all, in the process, gets in the hands of A and B.
You're dodging the fundamental issue which was brought up by Tom Sowell. Are you saying to us that the only form of equality that one's entitled as a society, in your view, to be concerned with is equality of opportunity, and any concern with inequalities of result is illegitimate, that any inequality, however great, provided it's thrown up by a free market system and not by a caste system or a feudal system of which kind you disapprove, that any concern with that is wrong? Are you saying that or aren't you saying it? Because it's all important.
Concern with whom? By whom?
Concern by the society.
The society doesn't have concerns.
It has governments, it has laws, it has parliaments.
Only people have concerns. People do certain things through government. And I'm not going to talk about society having values. Society doesn't have values. People have values.
All right. Is it wrong for people to be concerned about inequality?
It is not wrong for individuals in their private capacity to be concerned. Anybody who is really concerned can do something about it on his own.
Is it wrong for them to elect governments which do something about it? You yourself
It's not wrong for them to elect
You yourself have supported a negative income tax, which is a way of doing something about inequality.
It's not wrong for us to do something through government about distress. Yeah. But there's a fundamental distinction between relieving distress and doing something about inequality. I see no justification whatsoever for cutting down all the tall trees in order that there be no tree in the forest that is taller than the other.
When you say that it is wrong for government to intervene in the free enterprise system to do something about inequality, you evoke a model of a free enterprise system which does not exist and has never existed to a significant extent in history or anywhere in the world. That so-called free enterprise system has always used government. The entrepreneurs of that free enterprise system have always used government, and the question that you raise is whether other people can use government to achieve their ends. The free enterprise system, as it is spread around the world, as it is spread to Asia and Africa and Latin America, has spread through the force of arms, among other things, and those arms were wielded by governments. That was government intervention under the name of the free enterprise system, but a government intervention which destroyed the freedoms of many people, not least of which are the people of Chile.
I agree with you that everything called free enterprise is not free enterprise. I agree with you that many things have been done under the name of free enterprise that are not consistent with free enterprise. I agree with you, and we stress over and over again in this series, that whenever businessmen have the chance, they will, of course, use government to pursue objectives which may or may not be in the interest of the public at large. But You always are talking about mixed systems, and I challenge you to find a single example in history at any time of any society where people have been relatively free, and I don't mean merely what you call merely economic freedom. I mean freedom in the full sense. I mean freedom of individuals to pursue their own objectives, their own values, to live their lives. I want you to name me any society in which you've had any large measure of that freedom, where capitalism and free enterprise has not been the predominant mechanism for controlling economic activity. Not the sole mechanism, but the dominant one. I want you to name me one exception.
Your conception of freedom, does that apply in Chile today? Where the
Chile is not politically free. Chile today does not have political freedom, and I do not condone, but let me go on for a moment, if you will. You raise the question, let me answer it. Chile is not a politically free system, and I do not condone the political system. But the people there are freer than the people in communist societies because government plays a smaller role, because the free enterprise that has been emerging has been cutting down the fraction of the total income of the people spent by government, because unemployment has been going down, output has been going up, food production has been going up. The conditions of the people not for the first time, but in the past few years, has been getting better and not worse. They would be still better to get rid of the junta and to be able to have a free democratic system. What I have said, and what I repeat here, is that it's a necessary condition. You cannot have a free society, in my opinion, and I know no counterexample, and I challenge you to produce one. You cannot have a free society unless free enterprise
could be whole Chile,
plays a
we would get
substantial
beyond that.
role.
Let me come back, though, to your theory of equality, Milton, because I'm confused about it. You say there is a widespread demand for equality of material condition.
Absolutely.
Now, I don't know of a political party in a democracy that advocates that kind of equality.
Well, I look at
I challenge you to name one, a major party in a democracy which is advocating the kind of equality you've presented as a major threat to freedom.
I'm perfectly willing to take your Labor Party. I'm perfectly willing to take some segments of our Democratic Party which have certainly advocated programs directed toward that objective, of course, in the practical political structure of democracies, and there's no question but what Britain, like the United States, is fundamentally a democracy and among the freest nations in the world, despite the growth of intervention. In a democracy, you proceed slowly. You don't proceed at one fell swoop. If you take the societies which have ostensibly declared equality as their basic goal, the societies like China and like Russia, there's no question, we all agree that those are terrible tyrannical societies. And so in a country like Britain and the United States, you have stopped very short of the objective, but there's no doubt what the objective of the parties has been.
Well, I think Peter may want to come in here, and I should say that in this one, I shall take the opportunity to play a bit myself, because you're right squarely in my area of special interest.
That'll let me be the moderator for a change.
Yes, indeed. I don't accept for a minute that there has been a calculated move to absolute equality in the social policy of Britain since the war. And I've lived there during the time. I write the history of it. I teach social policy, and you're wrong on this one, Milton, but I give it to you, Peter.
Well, I think Milton
That's what's known as a 1-2.
Yes.
Milton is still equivocating as to whether he is attacking the idea of absolute equality, in which case his examples of the Labour Party, his examples of some sections of the Democratic Party just don't stand up, or whether he is maintaining the proposition that any concern to reduce inequalities of result, of outcome, not of opportunity, but of result, is wrong. Now, if he is saying the second, it seems to me that arguments that he's made don't tend to show that result. It is perfect. Well, just let me finish, because we let you finish.
Okay.
It is perfectly reasonable for a society to say, or for people in a society to say, and together through their political process to express the thought that there are many objectives that society has. Efficiency is one, prosperity is one, freedom is perhaps the most important of all, that concern about equality, or at least about reducing inequality, is another. And that we should ask ourselves the question, are all the inequalities that we face, the gross inequalities described in Dickens, the gross inequalities which you yourself reported in India, the gross inequalities which you yourself said in the film were offensive and were unfair, are all of these justified by the criteria of freedom and efficiency, or are some of them unnecessary? In other words, we take the principle that there should only be such inequality as is necessary and justified by one of the other criteria of a society. Now, if you're willing to say that, then you're not in disagreement with anybody. If you're denying that, you've made no arguments to support what you're saying.
Now, before we have Milton reply, we must bring in Thomas.
I think we're talking at cross purposes. On the one hand, we're talking about results that we're hoping for. On the other hand, we're talking about processes that we're setting in motion. You're saying, should we hope for certain kinds of lessening of inequality and so on? The real question, the political question is, shall we set in motion certain processes because we hope for that? And do those processes enhance or reduce freedom? And I think the argument that Milton is making, certainly the argument that I would make, is that the attempt at doing these things, and it doesn't really matter, it's a complete straw man to talk about absolute inequality.
Yes, it is.
No.
Absolutely. Throughout the film, this is the straw man he brings up in order to say how ridiculous to have absolute equality. And then he goes on to say how ridiculous to have absolute
homogenization. My whole point is, we're talking about equality
as well.
as a result, you see, that you set up processes whose end result may not be any more or less inequality than exists now, but the question is, those processes may indeed reduce freedom greatly. I would go beyond the question of equality and put it more generally, that any process to ascribe any status to any group of people, equality, inferiority, superiority, must necessarily reduce freedom, because whatever the government wishes to ascribe to any group, whatever place, to use the phrase that was very common in the South, that blacks should have their place, whatever place the government is going to assign to people, that place will not coincide, that place will not coincide either with what all those people are doing or with how others perceive all those people, because there's too much diversity among human beings. To maintain any system of ascribed status from the top is going to mean reducing people's freedom across the spectrum. That's the point.
People have an ascribed status. It isn't as if government, by its intervention, creates it. People are born into this world in a given sector of a society, and many, many of them are born at the bottom of the society. The argument about equality of results was an argument that was linked to equality of opportunity. People recognized that unless there was a degree of equality in a degree of enough food, enough security, access to education, unless these things were available to all children, then equality of opportunity was merely a mockery. That's why equality of results became an issue, and it became an issue for black people in the United States, and they expressed their concern, whatever the opinion
You expressed
polls,
it, damn it, look.
No,
they did not. They did not.
They expressed
Francis, finish it and then reply.
They expressed their will by their extraordinary participation in a protest movement that began in the late 1950s and didn't end until the 1960s. Intellectuals were not in that protest movement.
You want me to answer or you want to keep
Black people
on?
were in that protest.
Do you want me to answer?
I finished.
Yes. Good. Black people have never supported, for example, affirmative action, quotas, anything of that sort. Wherever polls have been taking a black opinion on such matters of should people be paid equally or should there be this or that, black people have never taken a position that you describe. So it is not a question of what black people chose to do. It's what you choose to put in the mouths of black people. It is what you choose to project. It is not what any black people have ever said anywhere that you can put your finger on.
It's what you choose to put into the mouth of the pollsters, as far as I can see.
I
look at the leadership of the black community.
Like most people, I have never seen a pollster.
If you look at the leadership of the black...
But I want to go back to I want to carry it back to the earlier point. Number one, there's no question about what equality of results, if it comes about through a framework of freedom, is a desirable result. Number two, I argue in the film, I've argued here, that in point of fact, you get greater equality of actual results by a system under which people are free to achieve unequal results. That for the poor people of the world that Francis Fox Piven was talking about, the most effective mechanism for enabling them to improve their status is not a governmental program which seeks to ascribe to them certain positions, which seeks to provide them with certain goods and services, but a governmental program which tries to eliminate arbitrary barriers to advancement. I would say that in this world, the greatest source of inequality has been special privileges granted by government. That government, you may talk a great deal, there may be a lot of talk about how we're going to eliminate inequality. But if you look at, go back to your case of Britain, is there any doubt that one of the effects of governmental intervention in Britain has been to create new opportunities for special classes? That the way to get wealthy in a society that supposedly is aiming at equality, that the way to get wealthy is to get a special government permit to to get foreign exchange, or to import goods, or to, in this country, to set up a television station. Those are the ways in which you get inequality.
Well, I think
Milton, you grossly misrepresent the British experience, and here perhaps I might make the points. First of all, the burden of taxation in Britain is lower, and has been for many years, than in any other of the countries of the European community, the overall burden of taxation. Secondly, you will immediately come back and say, but the marginal rates of personal taxation have been extremely high. Perfectly true, but not as high as they were in the United States until the early 1960s. It's interesting to note in passing that when the United States reduced its 90% maximum personal rate to 50%, the rate of economic growth in the United States, and I'm not suggesting cause and effect, fell from the previously very low rate of 2.5% a year to about 0.4% in the period since, so that any notion that there is an absolutely one-for-one relationship between the degree of personal taxation and efficiency is wholly mythical.
Well,
Thirdly,
I tell you, what you can do with statistics.
Well, you ought to look at the facts. It's easy to make glib remarks about statistics. Look at the facts. Look at the fact that in Britain, over the last 30 years, during which period, according to you, Britain has been crushed by egalitarianism, whereas the United States has been soaring away in a glorious state of liberty, the rate of economic growth in Britain has been faster than that in the United States. How do you explain that?
First of all, I have to look at what the figures mean in Britain. I have to look at the way in which...
First you ought to look at them, and then...
I have looked at them, and you realize that in judging output in the government, that's judged in terms of cost, not in terms of product. And what I really ought to look at is not the rate of growth of GNP as the statisticians measure it, but the consumption available to people in forms which, as people value it, ultimate consumption. If I look at that, I get a very different picture. The statistics are very, very, as you know very well, are very easy to use. They can be used to throw light, or they can be used to cast confusion.
One should look at facts.
I agree with you.
Facts are that the amount of goods and services consumed by the government as a proportion of the national output are no higher than Britain than they are in the United States, and haven't been any time since the war.
They have risen very sharply.
Which may be the explanation of the low rate of growth in the United States.
They have risen very sharply. It has risen very sharply in the war.
In both
Since the war, in both countries.
Yes.
It is higher in Britain than it is in the United States, properly measured.
In both cases.
The proportion, excuse me, I want to take total, excuse me, that again is a statistician's nightmare.
No,
we have to look at total government spending.
You were the one who was talking about whether or not people have freedom to choose how their money is spent. The transfers, which is pensions and other payments from government, leave the freedom as to how the money is spent in the hands of private individuals. It's only the direct consumption of goods and services where the bureaucrats are making the decisions.
It leaves the decision for freedom in the hands of the recipient, but not in the hands of the...
Gentlemen, back in my chairman's role, can we leave the statistical debate? Fascinating, I'm sure it is. I want to make the point, Milton, that it seemed to me, and I am not British, I'm Canadian, having lived a great deal in the UK, it seems to me that you really have most unfairly used the UK as a whipping boy in the last third of your film. Because you say for much of this century, the British have tried to use the law to impose equality. Now, the Conservatives have been in office for 65%
I am not a partisan. I am not a partisan.
You're not, but let me finish it. There have been 3 majority left governments in Britain. And it is not the case at all that, unlike other parts of Europe, there have been consistent policies aimed at equality. Taxation is lower. There's no wealth tax. There's a wealth tax in 8 other Western European countries. Capital gains tax came in only 10, 15 years ago.
But let me take your case. First of all, conservative labor, that's not the issue. I have argued again and again. I do
but
again.
The Conservatives not pursued equality.
I do in a book which is associated with this series. I make the point that the policy of Britain in the past 60 or 70 years owes more to the philosophical idea of the Tories of the 19th century than it does to the ideas of Karl Marx. In the United States, in the 1930s, the Socialist Party never garnered more than a few % of the vote, but it was the most influential political party in America because its policies were adopted by both the Republicans and the Democrats. In the same way, what you have to look at is not whether the Conservatives or the Labor Party is in power, but what were the basic philosophy and ideas, the ideas of Fabian socialism, of Tory paternalism, were being affected by both the Tories and the Labour Party.
Really. There will be some very surprised Tory politicians and some very surprised voters to hear what you say. But let me give you another example of the way you're playing fast and loose with the facts. You talk about crime in Britain. I mean, crime in Britain is a tiny fraction of what it is in the United States and has been throughout that period. When you say that we're so egalitarian and you're so free. You talk about able people being driven out of the country. More qualified people are living and working in Britain than at any time in the last 150 years of our history. Now, this is largely because of the granting of independence to the colonies, the loss of empire, if you like. But in fact, for example, doctors, which are endlessly talked about, more British-trained doctors are now working in Britain than at any time in our history.
It's also true that the physicians leaving Britain, emigrating from Britain, amount to one-third as many as a number of people graduating each year from your medical schools.
I think it's a mistake to
that happens to be
a distortion of the evidence to rest the argument for the free enterprise system by selectively using the example of England when you want to, the United States when you want to. The test of your argument about the free enterprise system and its capacity to produce both freedom and greater equality to relieve poverty, the test of that argument has to be made everywhere that the free enterprise system has been extended, has penetrated. The test of your argument is not only in what happened to England and the ostensible decline or not the decline of the English economy or what happened in the United States. The test of that argument has to look at what the free enterprise system has meant for the majority of people who do not live in England and do not live in the United States, who do not live in the mother countries, but rather live in that part of the world where most people live and where most people have had their lives disrupted, peasants have lost their land, traumatic destruction.
Excuse me, you got to compare
because of the free enterprise system.
Excuse me, you've got to compare something with something. Will you tell me the alternative, which has improved the lot of the ordinary people? What is the system which, in your mind, has been successful? Most people, through most history, have lived in tyranny and misery. It's only a very tiny minority at any time that have been able to escape from it. That's the real beauty. That's the real achievement. Now, will you tell me what the alternative system is which has achieved?
Well,
tell me what. Excuse me.
And I say that elsewhere in the world.
What's the alternative? What's the alternative? What's your alternative?
The free enterprise system is of itself not an alternative because, as you agree, it does not exist. We are arguing really to defend those interventions which have been made by government on the behalf of people in an effort to reduce inequality, in an effort to reduce oppression.
And tell me, which of those are you defending in which of these countries where those interventions have benefited the masses? In most of the countries where you have departed from the free enterprise system, you have had a small class benefited at the expense of the masses. If you take the African countries, which have become one-party dictatorships, are you going to tell me they have benefited the masses?
I'm astounded by the examples of the third world that are brought into here. Those parts of the non-capitalist world in which the capitalist system has penetrated are typically higher income places than those parts where they haven't. Are you talking in any kind of testable hypothesis, or is it just axiomatic that it's so? Because the studies that I've seen indicate that those countries where capitalists have never gone near them are poorer than they've ever been. They were poor before the capitalists got there, they were poor while the capitalists were there, and they're poor after the capitalists have left.
Measures of wealth are not measures of the wealth of a people. They are measures, rather, of gross national product.
Give me your measures, then.
Which reflect, as in the case of Chile, which you don't want us to discuss, which reflect the great advances that have been made by the middle classes and the upper classes in Chile, as of this date, at the expense of the sharp decline in the income of working people. The Catholic Church...
Those are not the facts.
Well, I still think Milton has not told us the answer to the question, what is he saying? And it's very important we should know what he's saying. It seems to me that he should accept the fact that nobody is arguing for absolute equality and disregarding all other social and human objectives. He should accept that it is perfectly reasonable, widely endorsed, and perfectly logical for people to say, amongst other social political objectives, reducing inequality is a perfectly sensible one, and that in those cases where you can show that you can get a big gain in equality for only a very small loss in freedom or only a very small loss in efficiency, that is a sensible and legitimate thing to do, and if it involves government action by, for example, income tax or negative income tax, that is a perfectly proper and sensible thing to do. And if he's denying that, then I still say he's given us no moral or ethical arguments to explain why he is denying that perfectly proper concern with equality along with freedom, efficiency, and other human objectives.
The answer to that is that you can only serve one God. And that it's stating that there are many, many of these objectives is evading the fundamental issue. In addition to that, as an empirical matter, the attempts to achieve equality along your lines, to lessen inequality, have generally backfired. They have generally reduced freedom without, in fact...
In Germany?
Yes.
In Japan?
Yes.
In France?
Take the Japanese case, which is a marvelous case. Not now, but 1867 after the Meiji Restoration.
Right now. Hell with 1867.
Well, the reason for taking it then is because you had a far greater measure of free enterprise then than you have had more recently.
That's my point.
In almost all cases, the way to promote equality
is the same as a way to promote, as an outcome, is the same as a way to promote freedom. If you promote freedom, if you remove arbitrary obstacles, you open the way for people to use their resources, you will end up, in my opinion, and I think the empirical evidence is overwhelmingly on this side, you will end up with both more freedom, more prosperity, and more equality.
You're a closet egalitarian, really, then. You
not.
support the objective.
I would like to... There's an enormous difference between liking to see a result and being in favor of a particular method of achieving that result. Because if I were wrong, if freedom led to wider inequality, I would prefer that to a world in which I got artificial equality at the expense of freedom. My objective, my God, if you want, is freedom. The freedom of human beings, of individuals, to pursue their own values.
Are all intimately concerned with the world of education. So let's find out how they react to Friedman's analysis.
I think it's very foolish to throw out something that you've got and that has some shortcomings, but is very, very good in order to try out someone's pet ideas.
Well, before we ask Milton to reply to that, let's get other views on that same quotation. Market competition is the surest way to improve the quality and promote innovation in education. John Coons.
Well, of course, there's enormous evidence that that is exactly right. And we see it in the case in California that I observe every day of low-income children whose families are making great sacrifices to go to schools that operate at a third of the cost of public education and are turning out kids who are performing and are learning and achieving at very high levels. On the other hand, I wouldn't want to suggest that that unlimited competition is the answer to every problem. And indeed, the whole definition of competition is very ambiguous. It seems to me that if one is truly interested in liberty, which I think is the ultimate value that Milton Friedman talks about, one has to be very careful how he structures the kinds of subsidies that are proposed for education so that you do not wind up with the poor in one kind of school and the rich all in the other, and very little liberty for low-income people left over, which is what I think he has in mind. That is, I don't think he has that result in mind. He has the hope in mind of liberty, but that it's going to need a certain kind of tailoring before it works that way.
I think your remarks about free competition are very unfair for a very simple reason. You cannot have free competition where one group of schools must accept every single student who comes along, no matter what his physical or emotional handicaps or other problems. Whereas the very essence of a private school and your voucher school is that they're going to be able to keep out the students, and the finest schools that you saw in that film were schools that deliberately kept out the most difficult students. Of course you can have a wonderful school if you pick students who are whose parents whose parents are so highly motivated that they're willing to spend more money and willing to go out of their way to do something like that. Now the public schools have to take the handicap, must provide bilingual education, must engage in busing or other programs in terms of integration, must do all of these things, whereas the private school can come along and say, well, if your child has no problems, you know what we can do? We can offer you a school where you don't have to sit next to a child with these other problems. We're going to put you next to other children who are advantaged.
I think in the real world there is no competition between private schools and public schools, because private schools, especially parochial schools, do not have to comply with federal and state mandates and constitutional limitations and things of that sort.
Dr. Andrig.
I think the part of the film that speaks to the greater parental involvement I agree with very enthusiastically. However, I think the solution is the wrong solution for the problem that you identify. I think the role of public education and democracy is not akin to that of the marketplace. The purpose for the common school is not the same as the purpose for the marketplace. We are trying in our public schools to create a democracy, to create an educated electorate. If you're going to do that, you have to have the common school.
How far do you accept his analysis of the present condition of the public education system? A pretty drastic analysis.
Well, I think he's established three straw men that I think have to be challenged, with all respect, Professor Friedman. The first is that there is a profession of educators out there which is run amok. We have the most decentralized system in the world in American education. 16,000 school districts that are governed not by the profession, but by elected citizen representatives, most of whom are parents. Secondly, you long, as I would, for the good old days of the one-room school in Vermont. That school served a small proportion of the youngsters for a short period of time, and those days will never come back. Third, you use as an example of American education a troubled high school in an urban center.
In your bailiwick.
In my bailiwick, which is not typical of where the American student goes to school, first of all, and secondly, is not typical of the city of Boston. And I do think it's important to point out that that particular school, at the time that you took the filming there, or your production crew did, was in the middle of a desegregation process that was not anywhere remarked about in the film. So it was not a typical example either of education in America or of education in Boston.
The one unsurprising thing about these comments is that all of the opposition to allowing the market work comes from people who have a very strong vested interest in the present public school system. I am not proposing, we are not proposing to destroy the public school system. We are only asking that the public school system should be free to compete, should be open to competition. If it is really as good as you people make it out to be, it has nothing to worry about. Now, in terms of your comment, of course there's a great deal of decentralization. We showed a very good school in this film as well as a very bad school. There are many good schools. And the more decentralized the control, in my opinion, the more satisfactory is the schooling. The real problem is concentrated in those areas where decentralization is broken down, where you have moved to much greater centralization, much greater control. And the main trouble areas are in the large cities. That's why we picked that school to show. In response to the question of the excellence of the schooling that's coming, I think there is nobody who can question the declining SAT scores, the declining scores on exams, the declining performance in the schools, the fact that there is widespread dissatisfaction, that many schools, not all schools, some schools in urban areas are more accurately described as centers to keep people off the street than as educational institutions.
When you have a free market, there are dangers that go along with that market. Now, we know that there are people in our society who buy consumers' reports, and there are people who do a great deal of research before they buy something, and there are other people who are taken in by the crass commercials and an instant appeal to give them some sort of a gimmick with a thing. And I think that the evidence is pretty clear that if you take middle-class and wealthier families, they're going to do a good deal of research. They may very well be able to invest some additional money of their own to take some inconvenience. And if you have an open system of this sort, it may very well be that the poorest parents are going to have to take what is most convenient for them, what is going to fit in with their own work schedules, what is not going to require additional sums of money. And there is no doubt in my mind that you set up a system of free choice of this sort, you're going to end up with the poor in one set of schools of their own on the basis of a good deal of gimmicks that will be offered.
They're invisibly ignorant.
Excuse me, Mr. Shanker, I want to ask you one question. How do you explain the fact that there is no area of the free market, no area of the private market, in which the poor people who live in the ghettos of our major cities are as disadvantaged as they are with respect to the kind of schooling they can get? I want you to name me any aspect of the private market. They're not as disadvantaged in the kind of supermarkets they can go to. They're not as disadvantaged even in the kind of housing they can occupy as they are in respect of the kind of schooling their children can go to.
What's your evidence for that? I don't think you have any evidence for that.
They're trying to get out.
They're trying desperately to get out. Families who have very low incomes are trying to get into the parochial schools that you're talking about.
And they're trying to get out of the slums, and they're trying to get into different neighborhoods.
They're trying to do all sorts of things. They're doing better on that. They're doing better on that. And instead, in a free choice system, you would have more heterogeneous schools, in my opinion, far less segregation by social and economic class than you now have. Because
now, Dr.
Henry?
Yeah,
it just doesn't hold up by the very examples
you've used.
Excuse me, it so happens that right now, the parochial schools are the only alternative really available to low-income people.
Do they take all the children who want to get in?
The reason for that is that it's very hard to sell something when other people are giving it away. Anybody who wants to send his child to a non-public school has to pay twice for it, once in the form of taxes and once in the form of tuition. Under the kind of voucher scheme that Jack Koons and I would support, that difficulty would be eliminated. You would now have a situation in which the low-income people would have the kind of bargaining power, the kind of possibility of choice that those of us who are in the upper income groups have had all along.
I want to move, Jack Koons, I want you to come in now. I know you're in principle advocating the voucher system. Could you give us the case as you see it? I know you've got your differences with Milton on it, but let's have the case.
What we are doing in California is establishing a form of change, possible change, proposing a change, in which lower income people will get information along with the opportunity to go to any school of their choice and transportation to get there. Of course they need information. Anybody needs information in a market, and they need information from independent sources, not from the schools themselves, and that's the way the initiative is designed, to come from independent sources. Now, we believe that ordinary people can make the best judgments for their children about where they should go if they're given good professional advice. And it also helps teachers because they can, for the first time, be professionals. They can act like real professionals because they don't have a captive audience. They don't dominate their client, they respect their client, and they deal with them on the basis of contract. What could be better for teachers than for the first time to become people who are dealing in a democratic and respectful way with clientele instead of with captives?
I am concerned that voucher systems will lead towards havens for white flight, will lead towards a dual school system in the sense that you have one school system operating under one set of rules, the other school system, the public school system, operating under carefully articulated educational policy in any given state.
In fact,
and that's why I think
in Los Angeles County, the movement to private schools last year was less, a smaller percentage than in the statewide pattern.
You may have 5 or 10% of the students who have very severe problems and come from families with very severe problems. And those students take up 95% of the time of the teachers and the administrators, and the other children aren't getting an education. Now, you're going to set up your voucher school. Are your voucher schools going to accept these tough children?
You bet they are.
Well, they accept these.
And those kids,
if they accept those children, I'll tell you what's going to happen.
Okay, you tell me and then I'll tell you.
What's going to happen is that the parents of all the other children are going to move right out and go to another school, because ultimately you're going to have to deal with hardcore problems.
John Coons.
Whether it's in a private school or whether it's in a public school.
In other words, that kid isn't tough in the school that he's in because he's stuck there. He's just a rotten, tough kid.
He may be a kid with a lot of problems, not rotten.
You can't imagine a situation where if he were given choice and allowed to go to a school that he liked and to which he would connect emotionally, that he would no longer be a troublemaker, but that he would like to stay in a place where he has chosen and would therefore do what is necessary to stay there and to learn.
You know, I don't think you've been near schools or classrooms for a
Thanks
heck
a lot.
of a long time.
I happen to have 5 kids who've done a lot of time in public and private schools both.
We're not talking about the problems that your children
Let's go around the table.
I have to get to this point because I think it's a very crucial one. I don't think Mr. Schenker is saying that you should never use a doctor if you have cancer who hasn't himself had cancer.
No,
let's get rid of the idea that the only people who are competent to judge about whether a school is good or bad is a parent who at the moment has children in that school. The plain fact is that children are not born troublemakers. They do not emerge from the womb. Some of them do, of course, but most of them do not. Most of the cases of the tough kids in the schools you're talking about are tough kids because they're lousy schools, because the schools do not evoke their interest, because the school does not attack.
You're dead wrong. You're
Give
dead
them
wrong.
choice.
Wait a minute now. Greg Andring on this one. Milton,
it's not often I have a chance to tell a professor he's wrong, but with all respect, Professor, the problems that you see in the urban schools of this country are not problems of the schools. They're problems of poverty. And they're problems of what do you do when, for demographic and sociological and economic reasons in a country like ours, you begin to concentrate those people who are poor in the inner and older parts of the cities of our country. That's when the problem comes. And it's not just a problem of schools. It's a problem of housing, of jobs, of medical care, of social services, and the same problems crop up. And to say that the answer to that is take one part of that element and say just set up a competitive marketplace is not dealing with the problem. The problem is the problem of poverty.
We've dealt with the problem.
I am struck with the anomaly that arises out of any of this discussion of the voucher system. The facts are that government support, call it subventions, call it direct aid, call it grants and aid, call it vouchers, call it anything, will lead ultimately to government control of the private schools, thus undercutting the alternative nature of private schooling and hurting it at its very source.
Well, then you ought to look at our initiative.
With that on the higher education level, you had the whole GI Bill. Did the GI Bill really lead fundamentally to control of all the schools? There's a fundamental difference between government giving money to an institution, to a school. That does lead to control directly.
and government giving money to people to use. The food stamps don't determine what people buy with their food stamps. They may be a good or a bad program. That's not my point. My point is that don't underestimate the crucial difference between making money available to parents to spend as they choose to exercise their judgment and making money available to institutions like schools, which they spend subject to all the conflicts which they have with school teachers and others.
You use Dartmouth as an example, and I think the concerns that I have about the voucher systems, the various ones proposed, is not with the one applicant that can get accepted to Dartmouth, but with the 8 applicants that don't get accepted to Dartmouth. What's going to happen to that group of youngsters? You can have a situation in the free marketplace where everybody takes the cream. But what about the youngster that doesn't measure up? What about the youngster that's a risk? It seems to me that some of the greatest leaders of this country were people that would have been rejected by Dartmouth and most of the Ivy League schools.
Let's get other views on this, then we'll come back to you.
I just want to comment, because I have to comment on 2 points, the one he made earlier about poverty and this one. But on this one, Dartmouth is one of the best examples of the private schools. UCLA is one of the best examples of the state schools. That's why we chose them. There are many other private schools which are not as selective and are available to people who can't make the Dartmouth cut. There are many other public schools, state schools, that are less advanced than UCLA and the California system. There are all sorts of grades of schools. But the difference between the two is the same at lower levels. Now, I do want to make one comment going back to your poverty thing, and that is that, first of all, other programs in this series deal with the issues you've raised. But second, do not underestimate the role which bad schooling provided by our present governmental mechanism has played in creating poverty. It's been a major source, particularly among black and white teenagers coming up to the slums. It's been a major source of their difficulties of getting out of the trap of poverty. So it's not a one-way relation between poverty and the schools. The schools have themselves bear a great deal of responsibility.
The reason the schools bear it, and it isn't the schools directly, it's that we don't put enough resources in for children who need special and additional help because they are not getting it in their homes, or they're not getting the same sort of support in home and community as middle-class kids do. And then we wait until a child is 16 or 17 and drops out, and then we provide a youth employment program for them where we spend between $5,000 and $10,000 to try to undo what could have been undone in the first, second, and third grade if we had a decent investment in the public schools.
I have never yet known anybody who was trying to defend a government program who didn't say all its evils came from the fact that it wasn't big enough. Now, the fact is,
would you think that children with problems need the same amount of education and the same amount of investment as children who don't have special problems?
Some facts. The number of students in schools has been going down. The total expenditures on schools, allowance being made for inflation, after allowing for inflation, has been going up. The number of pupils has been going down. The number of teachers have been going up. And by all accounts, the quality has been going down.
Actually, just a minute now.
You know that the economics of taking a few
Mr.
students out of a class doesn't reduce costs.
We got on to higher education, and I don't want to leave it without getting the rest of Milton's thoughts on it. In particular, you seem to be coming to say at the end of the film that the right answer is a system of realistic loans where people therefore know what it's costing, rather than trying to hold down college fees and that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
I think that the higher education is the most disgraceful example on the record. I know of no governmental program that seems to me is so unfair and disgraceful in imposing costs on low-income people to benefit high-income people. We in the upper and middle-income classes have conned the poor in this country to supporting our children in going through college and university, and we scream to the treetops about how disinterested and how public-spirited we are. We ought to have a system under which everybody who wants to go to college can go there. He has to pay his own way, either now or later on. And the schemes I have in mind, if we developed it more fully, and as I have in other contexts and other areas, are along the line of the Educational Opportunity Bank that Professor Zacharias of MIT and a commission appointed by President Johnson came up with as a way of enabling students to finance their own higher education without facing the problem you raised of ending up with a large dollar debt.
I do think that,
Dr. Henry,
with some trepidation with the professor, I raised a question of taxation. That is that I agree that we need better loan systems than we have. But as I understand the American tax system in general, as a generality, it is a graduated system.
Absolutely.
It is an equalizing
Absolutely.
system. And to reach the conclusion
no,
that
it is not. It's on paper, but you got to look at the facts.
Well, what I'm trying, it is a system which the wealthier get, or the middle class gets taxed more than somebody who's making a lesser salary. To say then that the poor are funding
that's true
public higher education, where middle class youngsters, and by the way, a lot of poor youngsters go as well, it doesn't fit with my understanding, at least, of the tax system. Now, I'm not an economist, I admit it.
Well, it turns out that there have been some very careful studies made of exactly what you're describing. There's one particularly careful one for California. There's one for Florida. These show, it's not a minor item, that if you take the total receipts from expenditures on higher educations going to the lower classes and the total taxes they pay that are used for higher education, the lower classes are paying more than they're getting, and the higher classes are getting more than they are paying for. Now, I'm myself a beneficiary of this subsidy. I'm one of the worst cases on record. I went to a state school, Rutgers University. I went on a state scholarship. The poor suckers in the state of New Jersey paid for my going to college. I personally think that was a good thing. There are many people who have different opinions about that. But I personally think it was a good thing. But I don't see any reason whatsoever why I shouldn't have been required to pay back that money. Individuals pursuing their separate individual interests also provide public benefits. Of course, I think that the public benefited from my getting an education, but the primary beneficiary was me. I was the one who got the benefit from it. I was the one who had the higher income.
No, you benefited.
I know I benefited. I don't know about the public.
I'd like others of you to react, though, to the idea of moving from state education at the higher level, which is based upon low fees in state universities, in favor of a loan system. This is hotly debated in many other countries, too. What's your own feeling about that?
Being a tenured professor at a state university, I suppose you really put me on the spot. I hope none of my friends are listening, but I tend to agree in general with Milton Friedman that we ought to find a way to open up to all classes, all income classes, the kinds of opportunities that the middle class have at my university. And I cannot give you, we don't have time to go through all of the kinds of ways in which we would do it, but I would, just personally, it seems to me we ought to let people come free at the beginning and pay it back out of their income over their lifespan. So if they make a lot of money, they pay back a lot of money. Perhaps we can run the whole university in the future on their success to which we contributed with our teaching. And if they don't make any money, they don't pay anything back, and that's okay too.
And you ought to share in the losses if they don't.
Exactly.
I can't think of anything that would frighten poor people more than the thought at the end of the 4 years or 6 or 7 or 8 years of higher education, they have this albatross around their neck.
Only if they're rich.
There's no albatross.
Only if they become rich.
In the future.
There's no albatross. Would you say the same thing about people who start businesses? You've got millions of people in this country who start private businesses every year. Many of them lose money. Many of them make money. Would you say that nobody is going to start a business because he might end up with an albatross? You want to let people decide that for themselves. What I really want to know is a very different thing. How do you justify taxing the people in Watts to send the children from Beverly Hills to college? That's a demagogic statement, but it happens to be empirically a correct statement. How do you justify it?
Well, I don't know how we justify taxing all the people of this country to send the GIs under the GI Bill, but I'm very grateful that we did it. I don't know what this country would have done in the post-war period without a huge number of educated people in a whole bunch of fields that opened up after that. And I doubt very much that the GIs would have come back at the age that they were and everything else and would have decided that now they're going to take out loans in order to go to college. Yes, they were poor, and they went because they had government support to go and because basically there were a lot of state-supported low-tuition schools. And if you didn't have the state schools and if you didn't have the government support, we would have been without those people, and I don't know what would have happened either to our strength or to our economy without that.
The history of this country goes back a little bit before 1945. It goes back 200 years. State schools, universities, were a minor part of the total higher educational system for a long time. That educational system did generate a great many educated and schooled people, a great many people who made great contributions to this country.
What percentage of people went to college before World War II in this country?
The percentage that was going to college was going up and rising. You know, let me tell you another statistic. I hate to introduce statistics, but let me tell you one more thing. Do you know that the percentage of the students at private universities who come from low-income classes is higher than the percentage of students at
state universities, at government universities that come from the lowest income
Yes,
classes.
they're there with government assistance.
Most cases
They're there with government
most cases,
assistance,
they're
which
there
in many cases favors the privates as against the public
in
schools.
most cases,
we come
they're
back
there
to
with private scholarships that have been contributed by
Some of
people,
them,
which is
some of
all to
them,
the
yes.
good.
Dr. Enrigan,
we come back to the point that I tried to make earlier with Dartmouth. The reason the public higher education system developed, the reason that you have the UCLAs and others is not simply that government went amok or bureaucrats went that way, but because 8 of those students were not getting into Dartmouth, and there was not a place for them. And it was public higher education that opened up its doors to those students. Those are the youngsters that now have an opportunity they wouldn't have had before. I think on the issue of loans, that it's as with all complex human tasks, it's not an either-or situation. You need a mix of strategies. I think you need a mix of strategies on the issue of alternatives for youngsters in schools. I think you can have, as indeed you do have, alternatives within public school systems. I think you can have alternatives within schools. I think you can have competition through open enrollment kinds of arrangements. I am fearful, however, always, for those 8 youngsters that can't get in to something which is basically selective and exclusive. If you can assure us that those 8 youngsters all will be provided with equal attention, equal opportunity, and equal rights, then I would begin to be more interested in the alternative.
But I want to suggest to you that we're not proposing, neither Jack Koons nor I, to dismantle anything. We're only saying put up or shut up. Either show that you can produce the kind of education people are willing to go and get, or reduce your size, go out of business. We are only proposing that there be a wider range of alternatives. Now, it is not true. Now, let me put a different point to you. There are a small minority of people who are problems. Is it desirable to impose a straitjacket on 100% of the people or 90% of the people in order to provide special assistance or special help to 4 or 5 or 10% of the people? Not at all. I think that there's a big difference between 2 kinds of systems. One kind of system in which the great bulk of parents have effective freedom to choose the kind of schools their children go to, whether at the lower or the higher level. And there are programs and provision for a small minority. That's one kind of a system. That isn't what we have now. What people in the public school system, people like yourself, do, they do not want to give up the monopoly of the public school system any more than the post office wants to give up the monopoly of delivering mail.
Well, I think you attribute the monopoly desire to the bureaucrat. And I don't think that's right. The concern of the public school is for being sure that every youngster in this country gets access to a public education.
Excuse me, you have had an attempt to introduce voucher experiments around the country. Every one of those attempts, as at Alum Rock and elsewhere, has been prevented by the opposition of the educational bureaucracy.
Oh, but no, you can't. That's a glittering generality.
That was true in New Hampshire. It was true in Connecticut.
It's not true in Alum Rock, because Alum Rock was not what you might call a voucher system. It was a kind of a system of free choice within public schools. All right. And whereas one school did better in its scores, others did worse, and when you measured the whole system, when it was all over, the scores were exactly the same as they were before, except that some students had moved to other schools and the grades were better in one school as against another. We do very strongly oppose a voucher system which will end up with public schools being abandoned and thereby destroyed largely. They will become the schools for those who can't get in anywhere else or who are expelled elsewhere.
So if
you compel public schools to educate all children, including the most difficult, and if you have other schools...
It isn't compelling public schools, it's compelling parents.
No, it's public schools. The public school cannot say to a parent, your child is very difficult, your child throws things, your child screams and yells, your child takes all the attention of the teacher, therefore get out and go find a private school. On the other hand, you have hundreds of private schools in this country where when they get a very disturbed child, out that child goes, and where does that child go? The public schools must take them.
But look at the
and that's what we have. We have one system of schools which cream and which throw out the most difficult. You know, it would be like a hospital throwing out all the sick patients and keeping the healthy ones.
I agree with Mr. Friedman with respect to those agencies which have had the major purpose of economically propping up a certain industry, which is why consumer advocates like myself advocate the elimination of the ICC, the CAB, the Maritime Commission. But when you're talking about consumer protection in the marketplace, and when you're talking about government watchdogging competition, consumers need, and as every poll is showing, they're demanding more and more protection. And to give just 2 examples of how information is simply not enough to protect the consumer. 5 years ago, I could not have bought a child's crib in this country that would have had the slats sufficiently close together that I did not have to worry about the child strangling. Not until the government and the Consumer Product Safety Commission stepped in did consumers then have the choice to buy that type of a crib. Strangulation's down 50%. And in 1975, if I had wanted to lease a Xerox machine, I could not have done it. And not until the Federal Trade Commission Antitrust stepped in and forced competition into that marketplace did I have that choice. And in 1 year, the price went from $14,000 down to $5,000. Those are dollars back in our pocketbooks, to say nothing of minimized emotional trauma.
Well, before we ask Milton Friedman to come back on that, let's establish the viewpoint of our other participants and experts. Dr. Richard Landau, what's your reaction?
Well, I think the cost is certainly outrageously large, and the benefits are trivial, if any. I think that perhaps Milton overstates it slightly to make his point, but basically I would have to agree with it in the area that I know best, which is the regulation of new drug development.
And Joan Claybrook?
Well, in the auto safety field, we've saved about 55,000 lives and millions of injuries because of auto safety regulations since the mid-1960s. I might also comment that the cost of auto crashes each year to the American public is $48 billion a year. Fairly substantial when you compare it to other things, much less, again, the human trauma.
Bob Crandall.
Well, I think it's impossible to disagree with Milton Friedman on the effects of economic rate regulation of the sort that the railroads and the trucking industry have been through. The intent of that legislation was, of course, to protect the railroads and to protect the trucks, and the same thing is true for maritime regulation. What sustains regulation is sort of a populist theory that somehow, through government, we will redistribute wealth from people who own business firms to consumers. In fact, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way in economic regulation, and there's very little evidence that it works that way in any kind of regulation. As to whether we get any value from health and safety regulation, I think much of it is too new to know.
Well, now that's where the area I want to start with, because remember that was the first part of his argument, the whole idea of consumer product safety action by the state. Now, is that so far working? Very close to your interest, I know. What's your reaction, Kathleen O'Reilly?
Well, on product safety, in the state of that, the lawnmower industry had said for 20 years they could not design a safe lawnmower. Only when the Consumer Product Safety Commission forced them with the new standard, suddenly their creative genius was overnight. They came up with net whips that were made out of plastic, and they came up with very innovative forces, which is why that government presence actually triggered innovation that otherwise would have been left uncovered.
It's very easy to see the good results. The bad results, it's very much harder to see. You haven't mentioned the products that aren't there because the extra costs imposed by Consumer Product Safety Commission have prevented them from existing. You haven't mentioned the case of the tris problem on the flammable garments. Here you had a clear case where a regulation of the CPSC essentially had the effect of requiring all manufacturers of children's sleepwear to impregnate them with tris.
Oh, but that's not
3 years, 5 years later, the regulation required the garments to be non-flammable, and as it happened, tris was the most readily available chemical which could do it.
Kathleen O'Reilly?
That's absolutely not true.
But let me finish the story first, because the second half of the story is the important part of it. It turned out that tris was a carcinogen. And 5 years later, or 3 years later, I'm not sure the exact time, the same agency had to prohibit the use of those sleepwear garments, forced them to be disposed of at great cost to everybody concerned.
All right, let's look at the real interesting history here. In 1968, when Congress passed the Flammable Fabric Act, they did not tell the CPSC what chemicals would comply with that and what would not. And so initially when industry said, we're going to use TRIS, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, from their initial test, were disturbed by it and had announced informally to industry that they were not going to allow TRIS to be used. Industry balked and said, we're going to take you to court because the act only says it has to be flame retardant. You, the government, cannot tell us how to comply. And it was the industry that forced the hand of CPSC away, and they don't even deny that.
I'm not trying to defend the industry. Go slowly. I am not pro-industry. I am pro-consumer, unlike you. I'm not pro-industry, and of course industry will do a lot of bad things. The whole question at issue is what mechanism is more effective in protecting the interests of the consumers, the dispersed, widespread forces of the market, Take the case of the flammable fabrics. Suppose you had not had the requirement.
By the way, you believe it was right to test them, don't you? For a government agency to test them?
No, not at all.
No.
There are private consumer testing agencies. There's the Consumers Research. There's Consumers Union. You speak about a widespread demand for more protection. Those agencies have, those organizations.
They have all these publications on cars, so what they do is they test the brakes and steering. They never crash test them, and the most important thing to know about a car when you buy it is if the car crashes, are you going to be killed unnecessarily? So you can't even get that information.
But the reason they don't test them.
It's too expensive. That's the reason why.
Of course, and why is it too expensive for them? Because the number of consumers who are willing to buy their Surface and take it is very, very small.
That is not why. The reason why is because it's enormously expensive.
Of course, but if they had a large enough number of customers, if there were enough customers, enough consumers...
Yes, but that's a chicken and egg situation, which is ridiculous.
It's not a chicken and egg situation.
If you believe that technological information is important for consumers to have, which is the basis and the thesis of your argument, surely that you would say that one of the things that society does is it groups together to provide basic services to the public. Police, traffic services, all sorts of basic kinds of things, the mail service and the fire service and all the rest of it. Why is it that they shouldn't even do testing of technological subjects which the public have no way of knowing?
Before you reply, I want one or two others in on this.
It seems to me that Professor Friedman could give a little bit on this ground. Certainly in the dissemination of information is a free rider problem. And one of the problems is that while you and I might value the results from a consumer union rather highly, we don't have to pay for it. We can look over the shoulder of someone else, borrow the magazine from the library, and so forth. I wouldn't go so far as to say that the government should not at all be in the business of generating information, though I am concerned about exactly the same forces, this evil industry that Ms. O'Reilly talks about, having its influence on how this information is prepared. I don't see how we guard ourselves against that. But it seems to me that there is a case to be made that the market does not supply enough information.
It may not, but the market supplies a great deal, and there's also a free rider problem in the negative sense on government provision of information, because people who have no use for that information are required to pay for it.
Milton, I don't quite understand your position on this. Are you saying, though, that there's no place for government to test consumer product safety at all?
I am saying, let's separate issues. I am saying there is no place for government to prohibit consumers from buying products the effect of which will be to harm themselves. There is, of course, a place... Well, for a moment, I'm trying to separate the issues. There is a place for government to protect third parties. If we go to your automobile case.
What about children? Children aren't choosers,
no.
right? They don't make choices,
Parents,
and if they ride in the
parents make their choices. But let's go.
Sleepwear has it, there's no choice.
We can only take one issue at a time. We're a little difficult to take them all at once. Let's take one at a time. I say there is no place for government to require me to do something to protect myself. Now, if government has information,
obtained.
For a moment, suppose it has information, then it should make that public and available. The next question is, are there circumstances under which it's appropriate for government to collect information? There may be some such circumstances. They have to be considered one at a time. Sometimes there is and sometimes there isn't. But you see, I want to get back. Take your area, Ms. Claybrook. You are now involved on an airbag problem.
That's right.
If I understand the situation, I don't know anything about the technical aspects of it, but the airbag in a car is there to protect me as a driver. It doesn't prevent me from having an accident hurting somebody else because it's only activated by an accident. Right. All right, now, why shouldn't I make that decision? Who are you to tell me that I have to spend whatever it is, $200, $300, $400 on that airbag?
Well, we don't tell you that. What we say is that when a car crashes into a brick wall at 30 miles an hour, the front seat occupants have to have automatic protection built into the car. And it's a very,
Why have
it's
to?
a very minimal...
Why have to? I don't care whether it's an airbag or a seatbelt.
Well, there are two reasons why. One is that the sanctity of life is a fairly precious entity in this country.
It's more precious to me than it is to you. My life is more precious to me than to you.
Well, you know.
Do you wear your seatbelt?
Sometime I do and sometimes I don't.
I see. Well, then it couldn't be too precious to you, because if it were, you'd wear it all the time.
I beg your pardon.
Yes.
Other things are precious too.
Yes. Okay, but wearing your seatbelt is a relatively simple thing to go into.
But now my question is, but I wanted to answer a direct answer.
There's a very basic reason why, and it's because a person does not know when they buy a car what that car is going to do when it performs in various and sundry different ways. That's number one. Number two, there's a basic minimum standard. It's a performance standard. It's not a requirement that you have certain pieces of products in your cars, but it's a basic performance standard built into your car that when you buy it, no one's going to have less than that, so that you don't have people needlessly injured on the highway, the cost to society, the cost to the individuals, the trauma to their families, and so on. You're suggesting theoretically that it's much better to let people go out and kill themselves, even though they really don't know that that's what's going to happen to them when they have that crash.
Excuse me, you're evading the fundamental issue. If you have the information, give it to them. The question is not a question of giving them the information. The question is, what is your right to force somebody to spend money to protect his own life, not anybody else, but only himself? And the next question I'm going to ask you, do you doubt for a moment that prohibiting alcohol would save far more lives on the highways than an airbag, seat belts, and everything else? And on what grounds are you opposed to prohibition, on grounds of principle, or only because you don't think you can get it by the legislature?
I'm opposed to prohibition because I don't think it's going to work. That's the reason I'm opposed to
but
prohibition.
But suppose it could work. I want to get to the principle.
Sure.
I want to know, suppose you could believe it would work. Suppose you could believe prohibition could work. Would you be in favor of it?
No. What I am in favor of is building products. I am in favor of building products so that at least they service the public.
I was fascinated by some of the initial comments. Everybody agrees that the old agencies are bad. But the new agencies that we haven't had a chance to...
No, you're trying to sweep them into your net. They didn't agree with that. But anyway...
It was regulatory. They talk about if the basic principle is give me the information, let me choose for myself. If that's the ultimate goal, why is it that in any hearing that you've ever gone to, and I beg anyone to find me an exemption, whether it's airbags or on DES, saccharin, whatever, you never have the victims of the injury who lost their arm because of a lawnmower standing up and saying, "Thank God that you gave me the right to become incapacitated." Never do you hear a victim thanking the government for backing off. Never do you hear the victim of an anti-competitive action thanking the Justice Department for not bringing a suit.
Dr. Landau, I promised you could make an observation on that without going into great detail.
Now, when DES was used to preserve pregnancies in women 25 and 30 years ago, there was absolutely zero evidence that it would cause cancer in anybody, certainly not in the children of the women who were pregnant. And for you to say that it is...
You're ignoring the 1941 studies that showed just that.
There is no 1941 study. This happens to be my area of expertise. I'm an endocrinologist. There was nothing.
Well,
okay, now let's not go any further down that road.
Let me ask Mr. Rod a question. I don't see, if the problem in drugs is that there is a lack of competition, there are a number of drug companies in the United States and around the world, and a lack of innovation, how regulation, which is designed to keep products off the market, that is, further restrict the supply of drugs, is going to enhance either competition or innovation. As a matter of fact, everything that I have learned in economics would tell me that that is likely to reduce innovation and reduce competition. And one of the great benefits of drug regulation is that if I'm a pharmaceutical company with an old tried and true drug in the market, I really want the FDA to keep new drugs off the market. It will enhance the market value of that drug. I think that's a lesson that you learn from government regulation, whether it's National Highway Traffic Safety Administration regulation of fuel economy standards, be it drugs, be it pollution controls. Their effect is anti-competitive. It's not pro-competitive at all.
If I go on with Bob's point for just a moment, he and I am sure, and all economists would agree, that the most effective way to stimulate competition would be to have complete free trade and eliminate tariffs. The most anti-consumer measures on our statute books are restrictions on foreign trade. Has the Consumer Federation of America testified against tariffs?
We haven't even been asked to.
Now, the Food and Drug Administration, and here, Doctor, I know you're keenly interested in this. What was your reaction to Milton's analysis of where it's fallen down?
Well, I think it's even worse than Milton's analysis or Dr. Wardell's analysis of it. If one could look at the past 25 or 30 years of new drug innovation, one could see that most of the drugs that you all would regard as miracle drugs were developed before the Kefauver amendments.
That's the 1962 amendment, which ruled what? Now, again, just to remind us.
Well, the 1962 amendments, as Milton said, added efficacy to the regulation of safety. Actually, it's what the regulators did with this law that went haywire. I don't see how one can object to the law in itself. What the regulators did was go mad with respect to safety, when the only thing that was added to the law was a point of efficacy. After all, the two are intertwined inextricably. For a very hazardous disease like cancer, you will tolerate a very dangerous drug. And for a headache, it's got to be very, very safe. Now, this we've known all the time, but the regulators have gone to the point of utilizing some hysteria over thalidomide and new legislation, which I think was originally designed by Kefauver to get himself to be president by lowering the cost of drugs, to make regulations which are absolutely obstructive. So now, instead of 75% of the new drugs used in this country being developed in this country, less than 25% of them are. They're being developed elsewhere.
Now, could we just clarify this point, though? Are you saying there should not be government intervention in the food and drug field of that kind, or is it simply the policy adopted by the FDA or imposed on it by the Kefauver Amendment is where it went wrong?
I believe that certain guidelines are necessary, and it's possible to construct guidelines based upon the Kefauver Amendment, taking the responsibility for decision-making away from the bureaucrats in the Food and Drug Administration. You say, how? I would say by giving it to panels of impartial experts to make this decision.
Now, Milton, do you take that? You buy that?
Nope. I don't buy that.
Now, why not?
Because I have never seen have you ever seen a cat that barked?
Not especially, no.
Well, governmental agencies and governmental laws follow their own laws. Just as the physical laws say that cats don't bark, these laws of social science say that when you start and set up a regulatory agency with power, those powers are going to be used.
I want to move on, though, to the third area that Milton chose, the Interstate Commerce Commission, as an illustration. Now, this is closer to your line of country, Bob. And what is your reaction, first to his analysis, and what do you think needs doing about it?
Well, you're not going to get much dispute from, I don't think, anybody sitting around here as to what the benefits or costs of rate regulation in transportation are. The only group that you will find now supporting continued regulation there would be the American Trucking Association, and they can't even make a very persuasive case or one that is consistent from one day to the next. There simply is no good reason for continuing this type of regulation. It might continue longer than, say, airline regulation did, because the number of people whose wealth has been enhanced by this regulation, that is, people who drive trucks, people who own licenses to operate, to haul only hardbound books between Peoria and Springfield, Illinois, or something of that sort, those people are very numerous. And it's going to be very hard to do something about it.
But does this prove anything about the nature of government intervention and regulation, or is it simply an example of where the thing was done extremely badly and not in the interest of the public?
I think it proves a great deal about government regulation, and it is no different, I don't think, in the area of health and safety regulation. Let me give you one piece of information about one area of very important health and safety regulation, which I think even Milton Friedman would be in favor of in some form, and that is the regulation of pollution control, or at least the establishment of property rights, so as to somehow reduce pollutant levels from what they would be if we allowed unlimited pollution. In the case of environmental policy, the strongest proponents in the Congress for environmental policy come from the northeastern part of the United States. And the weakest proponents, those with the worst voting record in the Congress, come from the Southwest and from Alaska. You might ask yourself, why is that? And one possible answer, I guess, is that, well, the air is dirty in New York City, but I don't think you'd find many people really worried about the quality of the air in New York City. What they're worried about is their future employment and the value of their assets in New York City. What would happen in the absence of environmental policy in this country is that more business would move to the Southwest and to the western part of the United States. As a result, Eastern congressmen are very much in favor of a policy which prohibits, through pollution control regulations, prohibits the gravitation. I don't prohibit the form it takes, but they use this as an excuse, just as they will use various excuses, let's say before the Ms. Claybrook's agency, to plump for very tight standards in order to promote the value of their firm.
Well, now, before we go back to ICC, and I want to do that, Milton, what's your reaction to his pollution point? Because I know he's very keenly interested in it.
Well, he and I would agree with his general position that there is a role for government in pollution. I would agree, second, that the present techniques of controlling pollution are terrible. And they are terrible, and they are what they are for precisely the reasons he specifies, because they are an effective way in which you can use the excuse of pollution to serve some very different objectives. That's part of the way in which governments meow, if I may go back to my cat. We've discussed this at greater length in a book that we've written to go along with this program on Free to Choose. The program itself was too short for us to be able to get much in about pollution. Indeed, we really had to skip it because it's such a complicated and difficult subject. But there is a real role for government because that is a case in which you're protecting third parties. And every one of the valid cases, in my opinion, for government entering in has to do with third parties. There's a case for requiring brakes because that's to protect the person you might hit. That's wholly different. There's no case for requiring an airbag, in my opinion, but there is a case for requiring good brakes.
Do you accept that distinction, by the way?
No, because when you're injured because of a failure to use a passive restraint, I am, in a sense, going to have to help pick up part of your medical bills, part of your insurance rates, because they're spread across.
Absolutely.
And so only on Gilligan's Island, when you have 6 or 9 people not interacting such that all of society is affected, does your distinction have any validity?
The same thing is true in alcohol. When you're sick from alcoholism, who pays for it?
On the alcohol, the studies have only shown excessive amounts of alcohol to
I'm
be
not
injurious.
speaking of accident. What about cirrhosis of the liver, my dear? It's a very common
all of
disease.
the
And
reasons
it's
why
a
we need
long
a
and expensive
stronger
disease.
Could we pause on, Milton's made though a very interesting distinction here, that you can damage yourself, you've been saying, or it's up to you if you want to run the risk of damaging yourself. But can you make the distinction?
Let me go back to her question, because she says, no, we mustn't do that, because a fellow who hurts himself is going to go to a government-subsidized hospital.
Not just government. Oh, but it's more than that. It's other parties' liability as well. Answer that issue with it.
Go slowly. Let me separate the two issues, because I really want to get to this, because your answer is a very favorite one, and there is an element of validity to it. Of course. Well, it's only because we've made 2 mistakes.
But you don't have to be in a government hospital for it to be valid, because when you're in traction...
Hold on for a moment. Hold on for a moment. The problem with your answer is that you're saying one wrong justifies another. I believe that we ought to have much less government intervention into those areas as well. And I am not willing to follow a policy which implies saying, that every person goes around with a sign on his back saying, property of the U.S. government, do not mutilate, spindle, or bend.
Do you favor the government intervention in those areas where, for example, the bar associations and the eyeglass industry were not allowing their members to advertise? And then the Federal Trade Commission stepped in, and now consumers have the ability to make those kinds of comparisons.
You're getting into another area, but the answer, the brief answer, because we oughtn't to discuss it here, I am against those governmental measures which have enabled the organizations to have the power to prevent advertising,
but
namely
there were no
licensure.
government.
Now,
that wasn't...
Now, look, I want to come back. Bob Crandall said that in an area like the Interstate Commerce Commission, there is nothing really to be said in defense at all. Does anybody dissent from that, or have we knocked them down flat?
That happens to be the one area on which, so far as I know, you cannot find any dissent anywhere. Even one of the most effective presentations of what was wrong with ICC was done by one of Ralph Nader's groups. Maybe you were associated with that group. That's the thing that really baffles me. Fundamentally, here are people like Ralph Nader and his groups who look at ICC. And what is their solution to the problem? More of the same. A different kind of regulation.
No.
The only problem is that the wrong people were in there regulating.
No, that's not true at all. No, that's a complete
misnomer. With Nader now.
Yes.
That's Dr. Landau's solution for the medical problem. Let's have the right people doing the regulation.
No, that's a complete misnomer about the difference between ICC and health and safety regulation. There are a number of differences. One involves the economics and the benefits of profits to industry, and the other involves the sanctity of life among people.
Excuse me.
Now, let us finish this point.
Okay.
Yes.
The second one, and it deals with your third-party relationship, is that what you're talking about there is breaks because they're going to affect somebody else, but there are also other third-party effects. For example, if you don't have a helmet used by someone and you hit them with your motorcycle, you're going to have huge damage payments to make because they didn't properly take precautions on the public highways. And the question is, should the public highways be used so that they're going to harm somebody else potentially?
There is nothing that two people do in a world. No man is an island to himself. Everything has third-party issues, but you've got to have a sense of proportion. And the important thing is that government intervention has third-party issues. When government intervenes into these affairs, that harms third parties. It picks my pocket. It reduces my freedom.
It restricts many activities around the world.
What are the benefits? And if the benefits in the auto field, for example, are 55,000 deaths saved...
That's a very dubious statistic because, once again, every study has looked at the benefits and not looked at the costs.
Oh, no, that's not true at all. Absolutely not that they haven't
I mean
looked
the
at the
costs in life. You haven't looked at the fact, for example, that by
clarify this, Milton. I don't quite follow you. Would you explain what you mean?
Of course.
Yeah.
Look, take the automobiles. By making automobiles much more expensive, it makes it more profitable to keep older automobiles on the road. The increased age of the automobile is an anti-safety factor. By making automobiles safer so people can drive them, people drive them faster or more recklessly than they otherwise would. There are more pedestrian deaths.
That's a totally unproven and indeed fully rebutted theory. And in fact, all the savings in lives that... Well, no, there are numerous studies, including from Yale and Cooper from Yale and so on. But the key issue has been shown by the regulation that's been in the last 10 years. You've had a huge saving in life, a decrease in the vehicle deaths that have occurred, the rate of vehicle deaths occurred, and so on.
Let me go back again for a moment. You see, the major effect on the saving of life has been from 55-mile-an-hour speed
no, that's
limit,
not true.
Which is not, after all, in there.
But that is also a
regulation.
regulation.
That's primarily as a fuel regulation.
Yeah, that's right. It's a regulation. But your statement's not accurate. The savings in life have not been primarily, they've been very important from 55, but they've been 55,000 deaths saved by vehicle crash safety regulation.
Excuse me. There have been 55,000 deaths that you have estimated to have been saved by.
Not me, the General Accounting Office.
Excuse me, other estimates as well. The estimate by Professor Sam Peltzman of this university, a very, very serious study, estimated that there were no lives saved if you took into account all of the indirect effects. Now, maybe his study isn't exactly right.
I don't think it is.
I'm not going to try but maybe the other study isn't exactly right either. We've got to be even.
Somewhere in between. You look at consumers have done well if it's even in between.
No, I beg your pardon. If people voluntarily want to risk their lives, are you saying again you really would not be in favor of prohibiting hang gliding?
We asked the auto industry if...
That's far more dangerous. Should you prohibit 500 miles?
I think that let me answer that. We asked the auto industry if they would remove all of the safety standards that have been in effect since 1968, and what would be the savings to the public if they did that. And the answer that they came back with, well, we couldn't remove those. They expect them now. The laminated windshields that don't crack their head open, and the collapsible steering assemblies, and the padded dashboards. Well, the public, that is now the societal norm. Regulation has changed the thinking of the public and the understanding of what's possible. And so what you're suggesting is the government regulation is willy-nilly and it produces things the public doesn't want.
But excuse me for a moment. You can't take credit for everything that's happened in this area. Four-wheel brakes were introduced before there were safety regulations. Many of these developments would have occurred without
this week, University of Chicago, so let's join it.
Well, we tried a free market system without labor unions. We tried it back in the 1920s and into the 30s, and it led the world into the biggest economic disaster it's ever seen in modern times. Now, I don't think we're talking free market or labor unions. We're talking free market with or without labor unions. And a free market system without labor unions is a total disaster.
Let's get other reactions to this now around the group. It's the free market system, Milton Friedman has been arguing, I think, not labor unions, which best protect the interests and serve the interests of the worker. Walter Williams, your reaction?
Well, I think clearly labor unions serve the best interests of workers who happen to be members of labor unions at the expense of workers who are excluded from being members of labor unions.
Ernest Green?
I don't think you can have a democratic society without having trade unions. I think if you look at any democratic country, it's essential to it. Right of workers to organize, and I think it's consistent. If we're to maintain a democratic country, those freedoms that the right of workers to organize is a primary objective that we have to maintain.
Bill Brady?
Well, if they are so vital, why are so many union members leaving the union? Why are they losing so many decertification? Why are the unions losing so many decertification elections? Why has the number of union members declined so precipitously from 23% of the labor force to what is it now? Less than 18%?
Well, it depends whose figures you're reading, but workers aren't leaving the labor movement in droves, and the union is not declining precipitously. My union, the United Steelworkers of America, the major unions in the country, many small ones are out organizing and growing. The mix of work in the society is changing. We have some employers, as we saw in the film, who can't wait to rush off to the South and try to get in an anti-union environment and invest their money in prosperity in the South instead of in the North. And surely if you invest money anywhere, you're going to have prosperity. So we also have a mix in terms of civil service and service workers, where we have employers who have grumbled on that film.
I don't know that if you invest money anywhere that you're going to have prosperity. I don't think that that's a given. That is, you seem to me to be dealing in a premise there that is incorrect.
But well, we haven't got a lot of time.
Wait a minute. The key question we're discussing is, who protects the worker? Is it the labor union or the free market that best serves his interest?
Well, it seems like from the evidence that I have from a number of research projects that I've engaged in, I found that labor unions protect their members often at the expense of disadvantaged people. And it's a very, very interesting question that labor unions down through the ages have discriminated against all kinds of people in favor of a particular class of workers. We find that labor unions have gone out on strikes and have murdered and maimed people because other people sought entry. And in terms of Mr. Green's remark, he says that in a free democratic society we need labor unions. Yes, that is true. We need the right for voluntary association. That is, people have the right to form associations, but it should not be a requirement that you be a member of a labor union in order to establish a contract for employment.
Can't we get some perspective in this, Walter? Talking about unions down through the ages makes no sense at all in terms of where we're at now in this century at this time. This business of trying to relate where unions come from to the medical profession and hypocritical oaths, however one looks at that, back in the Greek islands really has very little relevance.
Yes, it does.
The violence, hear me out a minute, I waited patiently.
Okay.
The violence that's associated with, well, not so patiently, but I waited. The violence associated with the labor movement and so on has been minimal and was a reaction in this century, not over the ages, a reaction in this century to the violence done workers by corporations and powerful economic groups when there was no workers' organization to protect them and no way to deal with their greed and with their power.
Now I'm turning to Milton because he's heard the flavor of the discussion.
Sure. What Lynn Williams is now saying is utter nonsense. And there's no two ways about it. The conditions of the worker in this country before there was labor unions were very important, improved very greatly. You cannot tell me that millions of people, my parents, your parents for all I know, parents of many people around, came to this country from Europe in order to be exploited and in order to be subjected to violence. Of course, there were incidents of violence.
I agree with that vehemently. I mean, most of the blacks came to this country not voluntarily, but they were shipped here. And the interesting thing about the issue on Spartansburg,
hold on for a second,
is that you left out...
Let him finish, and then back to you, for sure.
The blacks are an exception, and I agree with you completely.
22 million exceptions, though.
They are a very important exception. But there are also millions and millions. The people that Mr. Williams represents are not mostly black. They are mostly from the Slavic countries that came from
But if you look at the membership of the steelworkers...
If we go back, there was violence, of course. There always has been violence. It's not excusable. I'm not excusing violence on the part of anybody. But I agree with Mr. Green and with Walter Williams that people should be free to organize. Of course they should be free to organize. What I object to is the special privileges that have been given by government to labor unions, which are not available to other groups at all. When labor unions have used violence in industrial disputes, they are not subjected to the same sanctions as people ordinarily are. When cars are turned over in the course of a labor dispute, how often do people go to jail as a result of it?
Dr. Friedman and Walter Williams go back in history and they take a look at a situation where America was empty, where we didn't have anything like the sophisticated industrial economy we have today, but had a much more agricultural and rural kind of economy. And of course, when the impoverished peasants of Europe, my ancestors and most of our ancestors, except for the slaves, which is another situation, but when these people came from Europe and came to a wide open continent with the most fertile soil then available to anyone in the world, naturally there was progress. And I or any of us would be mad to deny progress. But as that developed, and as population increased and as we moved into a much more sophisticated industrial economy, we moved then into the situation in the 1930s. Or earlier than that, at the end of the century, as some of the more skilled jobs came along. The labor movement didn't happen by accident, didn't happen because there wasn't a need there. The results of this development, even with all the wealth available in America, the results of this development was that many working people were not having anything like, by standards of civilization or whatever, anything like their fair share in this progress.
Now, you're arguing that in a free market for labor, everyone benefits. Does that mean that you would favor abolition of all immigration restrictions?
The situation of immigration restrictions really has to do with the question of a welfare state, as I say in the film. I would favor completely free immigration in a society which does not have a welfare system. With a welfare system of the kind we have, you have the problem that people immigrate in order to get welfare, not in order to get employment. You know, it's a very interesting thing. If you had asked anybody, before 1914 the U.S. had no immigration restrictions whatsoever. I'm exaggerating a little bit. There were some immigration restrictions on Orientals, but it was essentially mainly free. If you ask anybody, any American economic historian, was that a good thing for America? Everybody will say, yes, it was a wonderful thing for America that we had free immigration. If you ask anybody today, should we have free immigration today? Almost everybody will say no. What's the difference? I think there's only one difference, and that is that when we had free immigration, it was immigration for jobs in which everybody benefited. The people who were already here benefited because they got complementary workers, workers who could work with them, make their productivity better, enable them to develop and use the resources of the country better. But today, if you have a system under which you have essentially a governmental guarantee of relief in case of distress, you have a very, very real problem.
This is true of every Western industrialized country.
And that's why today, under current circumstances, you cannot, unfortunately, have free immigration. Not because there's anything wrong with free immigration, but because we have other policies which make it impossible to adopt free immigration.
I'd like to other reactions. Is it at all feasible to open the door of the labor market internationally now? Bill Brady?
I would say yes, providing they open the door to us. I think that the door to not only the labor market, the door to all markets should be open, that is, product markets.
My feelings about the undocumented workers or Mexican Americans are inscribed at the foot of the Statue of Liberty. I think that people should have the right to come to this country. Now, those who would say, you know, I hear a number of people saying that, well, the immigrants are contributing to our unemployment problem. And I pointed this out to some people. I said, look, you know, this is the same rhetoric that the Irish use when the blacks are coming up from the north. You know, they're using blacks as scapegoats. They're saying, get those people back where they came from so that because our members can get jobs, you know. Unions were as well doing this. You know, they call them scabs, strike breakers, et cetera, et cetera. So I do not wish for Mexican Americans to become the new scapegoats of our particular national problems. They are not the problem, and our nation benefits to the extent that these people come here and work. And to that extent, so it's kind of good for them to remain illegal aliens as opposed to being legal aliens where they're subject to our welfare program, so that we don't want them to come here to work.
I think that this country cannot have a group of workers to remain outside the framework of our laws and our protections. And as long as we have workers who are attracted to the United States because of the standard of living, and I think minimum wages play a part in that, as part of that attraction. But it seems to me to have undocumented workers without providing either a means of protection for them, and it seems to me we've got to go to a question of providing the amnesty for those generations of workers who have come here over a period of time, now 2, 3, maybe 4 generations. We have to see that they have the same rights and protection of all other workers. And as it stands now, large numbers of them live outside the framework of the laws and statutes that we have on our books.
They do, and the tragedy of the situation is what Walter Williams points out, that as long as they are undocumented and illegal, they are a clear net gain. The nation benefits and they benefit. They wouldn't be here if they didn't. The tragedy is that we've adopted all these other policies so that if we convert them into legal residents, it's no longer clear that we benefit. They may benefit, but it's no longer clear that we do. What Len Williams said before is again a travesty on what was actually going on. The real boost to the trade union movement came after the Great Depression of the 1930s. That Great Depression was not a failure of capitalism. It was not a failure of the private market system, as we've pointed out in another one of the programs in this series. It was a failure of government. it was not the case that somehow or other there was a decline in the conditions of the working class that produced a great surge of unionism. On the contrary, unions have never accounted for more than one out of 4 or 1 out of 5 of American workers. The American worker benefited not out of unions. He benefited in spite of unions. He benefited because there was greater opportunity, because there were people who were willing to invest their money, because there was an opportunity for people to work, to save, to invest. That's still the case today. You say, we have to provide him with something or other, Ernest. Who are the we?
We the people.
How do we the people? But how do we the people do it?
We the people provide them the protection by seeing that their safety...
You're talking about the immigrant population.
And occupational health codes that protect the environment that they work in. See that they have civil rights laws that protect their own person. See that they have civil liberties laws that protect them further. We the people of this country provide that protection.
It's so bad. If they don't have, you know, you're kind of painting an image. You know, why are these people coming? We're not pulling them here by chains.
It's obvious why people come here.
Evidently,
because conditions are much better here.
Gentlemen, don't all talk at once.
So what are you talking about protecting
Why did you leave Little Rock, Arkansas to go to Philadelphia?
It seems to me that it's obvious.
Would you extend me the courtesy to finish? Look. First thing, let me say the following thing, because there's some basic things that you need to know.
We're going to say the thing I was interrupting. We're going to say 5 more things. I mean, there isn't all afternoon.
That, you know, labor unions and minimum wages for that case cannot improve the condition of the working people of a country.
We do it every day.
Because if
we can improve the condition of working people in countries all around the world.
You know what this man,
every day.
You know what you're telling the audience? You're saying that you can solve the problems in Bangladesh. You can make them a rich country if you tell them to unionize like we are and demand higher wages.
No, I didn't say anything remotely like that.
No, it's productivity that keeps income low.
I come back to my initial question. Why are so many leaving the union?
There aren't very many.
Oh, there are
leaving
too.
the union. I've
given you the statistics.
You think you rhymed off some percentages. I live in the labor movement.
Do you have other percentages?
In or on?
It's true. In, with, and of course they pay me, of course, and I don't have any objection to that at all.
Neither do I.
At least we got you a few minutes ago. We got you to get the labor movement up into this century. And I agree with the observation you made. I agree with the observation you made that the industrial union movement, that there was a union movement, came out of the dirty 30s and out of the Depression and grew, and that was essentially an industrial union movement. But I wonder when I hear your commentary on the film and so on about unions and restricting practices and restricting access to industry and all of this, I don't mean it disrespectfully, but I really
don't mind being disrespectful. It's all right, I'm used to it.
I really wonder if you do understand how the industrial union movement, which is the more recent part of the movement, how it really operates. We're not telling anybody who they have to hire. We're not doing anything about it.
Now, let's raise the question, which certainly is dealt with in the film. Yeah. Have minimum wages, which is a form of government intervention, serve the interests of the poor and indeed of the working class generally? Now, I know you've spent a good deal of time looking at this. I'd like you to come in on it, too.
Okay, well, at least from the standpoint of teenagers, particularly minority teenagers, the minimum wage law has acted to destroy a number of employment opportunities. For example, back in 1948, the black youth between 16 and 18 had an unemployment rate of 9.4%, and white youth was 10.4%, 10.2%. The labor force participation rates of blacks was considerably higher than that of whites. And with each increase in the minimum wage law, we had the dramatic reversal that we have now. And so the minimum wage law has the effects of saying that if you cannot produce $2.90 worth of goods an hour, you don't deserve a job.
But and I don't think you can't look just at minimum wage. You got to look at the relocation of firms. You've got to look at the movement of people. You can't do that.
Well, you look at relocation of firms. A lot of people try to say a lot of jobs move up to the suburbs. Well, you find black-white unemployment ratios the same in the suburbs as you find in the cities. So it's the minimum wage.
You're taking one element. You're taking one element out of a long historic development.
And
when you start comparing 1948,
even if
Lynn
you
is next. Lynn and then Ernest Green. Come on now.
I understand the law.
Educational
Lynn and then Ernest Green.
You get a differential between black and white.
I'll bang the gavel. Come on, Lynn.
Well, you're taking one element years ago in a situation that's entirely different than we're in today, and drawing some conclusions.
That's what's the difference.
No, there are many other things that are different. The enormous movement of black people in this country between 1948 and now, You can't just wipe that out, and you
Well,
certainly
have
can't
white
say
people
that's.
move too.
You certainly can't say that's the minimum wage.
But you know,
and that has
wait,
an
now,
enormous
I
amount.
want this case made.
Well,
Now, has the minimum wage served the interests of the working people of this country?
I don't think there's any question that the working people of this country would be much worse off than they are today. The youth of this country would be much worse off than they are today if we didn't have minimum wage.
Okay, now Bill Brady, come on.
Well, no, it's
minimum wage, is a good idea or not? You're an industrialist.
It's a bad idea. It is patently one of the worst things that we can do to our youth. We prevent them from.
How many kids do you hire?
What's that?
How many kids do you hire?
I have 2.
It's not important how many kids.
But it is. Minimum wage doesn't affect his industry. His wages are far above the minimum wage.
Doesn't affect a single one of his members.
It affects people about whom
Come on, hold it.
We
Milton
have
has the
not
floor.
gone to support minimum wage legislation in this country.
Gentlemen, hold it a moment. Hold it a moment.
Of course we have.
Hold a moment now.
Of course we have not. We are a people's organization.
The chairman has said the floor is Milton's.
I was saying that there's not a single one, I suspect, of the members of your union who is affected by the minimum wage rate. They're much higher. You say that you are a public service organization.
I say we're a people's organization.
You're an organization of your workers, and if you aren't representing the interests of your workers, they ought to fire you.
And we're out.
If you tell us that you are going against the interests of your workers, then you are simultaneously saying to your workers, I'm not doing what you hired me for.
This is pure sophistry.
It's not sophistry in the
I am
slightest.
not talking. I am not talking about representing the interests of our workers. Our union represents a lot of people.
Right.
And some of the people are the ones that you're probably aware of, the people who work in big steel mills and all the rest of it. But we also go out and organize workers all the time and win certification votes, despite Bill Brady's comment about that. And many of the workers we organize are workers who are affected by minimum wage. And the result of our organizing them is we're able to bring them above the minimum wage.
And
yes.
Yeah, but the point is that I think that both these gentlemen, we all should recognize, is that unions in the United States support the minimum wage. They're the major supporters, and they spend millions and millions of dollars in lobbying for the minimum wage law. Now they do it out of the name of concern and being in the interest of people. Now, in South Africa, the unions are far more honest. That is, those white racist unions over there, they say we support minimum wages and equal pay for equal work so as to protect white jobs. That is, to protect white jobs from low-price competition.
But are you not implying, Walter, that we're white racist unions?
No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm saying that it doesn't make any difference about the intent.
Walter,
the effects are independent of intent.
Wage.
Well, they have
Ben Hooks, the NAACP supports minimum wage.
The floor belongs to
the reason support minimum wage.
Why?
They represent middle-class blacks.
No.
They don't represent the poor blacks on the street.
The membership of the NAACP probably
and they're owned by the AFL-CIO.
They aren't owned by the AFL-CIO.
Order.
What kind of a conspiracy
says
theory
order.
society you're presenting?
I'm going to turn to Milton now. Are you saying then that you would advocate the repeal of minimum wage legislation?
Of course.
You would?
Of course I would.
Bill Brady.
I should like to ask Ernest and Lynn why they want to restrict a minimum price to labor. Why don't you let me have a minimum price on the products that we manufacture?
Well, we aren't here, as I understand it, to discuss your problems at the moment in terms of the
Well,
owners.
is there a difference? Why a minimum on a product?
You're the people, I assume, are so anxious to have the free market system and to compete with each other and all the rest of it. We're talking about the needs of the workers. We're talking about the needs of the people who come into a society which isn't providing enough employment for them, which clearly doesn't seem to be able to provide enough employment for them, and what are we going to do? And I think this notion that somehow if we just let every guy who's running a hamburger stand or whatever, we just let all these people exploit the young people of this nation in any way they chose, pay them any little rate they could get away with, that everybody would then to go to work, everybody then have a job is absolute nonsense.
I want to bring Milton to one of the final stages of his film, which is on Spartanburg, South Carolina.
Sure.
And I want to know what conclusion you're drawing from that. Would you, in effect, like to see the whole of the United States become, as it were, Spartanburg writ large?
Absolutely.
Yeah. What would that mean? And then we'll get their reaction to it.
It would mean a widening of the opportunity for everybody. It would mean an opportunity for employers all over to compete with one another for workers. It would mean an opportunity for workers to find jobs which can make the greatest use of their own skills and their own capacities. It would mean that consumers would be able to get better products at lower prices. You know, consumers enter into this situation too. You might think that somehow or other, you know, one of the things that's always a mystery to me, if a $2.90 minimum wage benefits people, why wouldn't a $6 minimum wage be better? Wouldn't a $10 minimum wage be better? Why don't these people come out for a $200 a year minimum wage? If all you had to do is to make a country proud.
$200 a year is pretty small.
$200 a day, an hour.
Or extended to babysitters.
Yeah, if all you need to improve the lot and conditions of people is to legislate a higher workforce.
No, you're back on minimum wages. I want to know how Spartanburg would
Spartanburg improves matters because it introduces a wider range of competition, and the real thing that protects a worker is the existence of alternative employers seeking his services, just as what protects a consumer is alternative sellers.
Milton, you omit one thing that it would do, and it would result in a very substantial increase in capital investment.
Absolutely, it would.
And capital is the worker's second best friend.
Sure.
This
The reason
is only
why
to
everybody
say,
can
Shirley,
benefit.
this is only to say that a busy economy, one in which there's investment and development and so on, is an economy that's a good economy for working people and for everyone else. I think we say that in the AFL-CIO at least once a month, all the time. There's nothing in which we're more interested than having a busy, functioning economy. The question is how to bring that about. I do suggest, and I think I think can be defended as long as we want to discuss it, that the prosperity we have in America today, that the labor movements have made labor movement has made an enormous contribution to that, and in the absence of the labor movement and in the absence of minimum wage, this would not be as prosperous a country as it is.
Now, hold it there.
That is not to say that it's perfect.
I want to get a reaction to that. He stated the case for what the unions achieved. Could we go around, first of all? Do you accept any part of that?
You know, it's preposterous, you know, as I suggested before. I mean, if minimum wages can make people richer...
The unions we're talking about
Well, if unions can make people richer, well, all you have to do is tell people in Bangladesh, why don't you unionize and demand a higher wage? You can be rich like the United States.
We're telling them
it's
everywhere in the world.
productivity.
We told them in Japan it worked.
You know, workers have higher wages in our country because they're more productive. That's how you get higher wages. And this is just plain, I mean, it's nonsense.
And why are they more productive?
Huh? Because they have capital.
Enormous capital investment.
Right.
Yeah, and the highest wages are paid in the capital-intensive industry.
And because there are consumers to buy the stuff who have wages which enable them to go into the marketplace and buy something.
Without the capital investment, they wouldn't have the wages. There would be no way of paying them without the capital investment.
Ernest Green, what's the reply?
I stand by my initial statement that it is a prerequisite of a democratic society to have trade unions, organizations allowing workers to band together in their mutual interests. And if that group, I'm saying that trade unions like A. Philip Randolph, sleeping car porters, the Pullman car company would have never, on its own, given those workers who worked very hard, were very productive people, well educated, any increase in their wages had it not been for the intervention of Randolph.
The crucial issue is whether governmental measures which have the effect of favoring union organization, of giving them privileges and immunities that are not accorded to other organizations in the society, benefit the society as a whole or harm the society as a whole. The proposition I tried to make in this film was that the source of the prosperity of this country was freedom of enterprise, freedom of employers to hire, of workers to work for whom they wanted to, that insofar as unions had played a role, they had protected some workers at the expense of others and had retarded the prosperity of this country. I think that Lynn Williams' statements to the contrary cannot be supported by any empirical or other evidence, that he has, understandably, I'm not blaming him for this, he would be faithless to his job if he did not believe sincerely in what he's saying. I'm not questioning his sincerity, but sincerity is a much overrated virtue in our society. The plain fact is that there is no evidence whatsoever that either unions or minimum wages have made positive contributions to the prosperity of this country. Some unions have, of course. Some unions have done great harm. It's not an open and shut picture in which you can make a sweeping statement. But on the whole, the growth of this country... I do. The sweeping statement I make is that the prosperity of this country derives primarily from freedom of enterprise and freedom to hire, to employ, to work, and not from restrictive measures imposed by trade unions.
Everybody briefly now.
And I would say that the intervention of a strong federal government, who those employers hire, the kinds of protection, the wage standards, health conditions are the requirement of this government to protect its people, because the history of it has shown that that hasn't occurred. And in your case in Spartanburg, South Carolina, again, I argue that the only reason that they can come back now and attract firms from Switzerland and Germany is because, one, that we had a strong government that provided protection for all of its citizens, which didn't occur 15 years ago.
Brady.
Economic freedom, in my opinion, should not be a bridge. I think that these two gentlemen are advocating that it be a bridge. They're advocating a retention of the minimum wage. They're advocating, I think that Lynn Williams is advocating a retention of the Davis-Bacon Act. They do not, it seems to me, believe that freedoms are interdependent and indivisible. There are freedoms, there's economic freedom, there's press freedom, there's freedom of assembly, there's religious freedom, and you are advocating, to me, a great abridgment of economic freedom, and when you do that, you injure the other freedoms that we have, and if you do it enough, as we are doing in this country today, if you do it enough, we are in danger of losing all of our...
Our distinguished guests have their own ideas, too. So let's join them now.
If you can control the money supply, you can certainly cut back or control the rate of inflation. I'd have to say that that prescription is a little bit easier to write than it is to fill. I think there are some other ways to do it, and I would relate the money supply. I think inflation is a measure of the relationship between money and the goods and services that money is meant to cover. And so if you can stimulate the production of goods and services, it's helpful. It's a little tougher to control the money supply, although I think it can be done, than just saying that you should control it, because we've had the growth of credit cards, which is a form of money created, in effect, by the free enterprise system. It isn't all just printed in Washington. But that may sound too defensive. I think he was right in saying it was that the inflation is Washington-based.
Mr. Martin, nobody's been in the firing line longer than you, 17 years head of the Fed. Could you briefly comment on that, and we'll go around the group?
I want to say 19 years. I wouldn't be out here if it weren't for Milton Friedman today. He came down and gave us advice from time to time.
Never taken him.
He's going to do some interviewing later, I warn you.
And I'm rather glad we didn't take it all the time.
In your 19 years as chairman of the Federal Reserve, Bill, the average growth in the money supply was 3.1% per year. The inflation rate was 2.2%. Since you left, the money supply has exactly doubled. The inflation rate is average over 7%. And of course, in recent times, the money supply has been growing in double-digit territory, as has our inflation rate.
May I first of all confirm two facts which have been so vividly brought out in the film of Professor Friedman, namely that at the basis of the relatively good performance of Western Germany were really two events. One, the establishment of a new sound money, which we tried to preserve sound afterwards. And secondly, the jump overnight into a free market economy without any controls over prices and wages. These were the two fundamental facts. Now, we have tried to preserve monetary stability by just trying to follow this prescription of Professor Friedman, namely monetary discipline, keeping monetary growth relatively moderate. I must, however, warn you, it's not so easy as it looks if you just say governments have to have the courage to persist in that course.
Yeah. Nobody does disagree with the proposition that excessive growth in money supply is an essential element in the inflationary process, and that the real problem is not what to do, but how to have the courage and the will to do it. And I want to go and start, if I may, on that subject, because I think that's what we ought to explore. Why is it we haven't had the courage and don't, and under what circumstances will we? And I want to start with Bill Martin, because his experience is a very interesting experience. His 19 years was divided into different periods. In the first period, that average that Burl Sprinkle spoke about averaged two very different periods. An early period of very slow growth and slow inflation, a later period of what at the time was regarded as creeping inflation. Now we'd be delighted to get back to it. People don't remember that at the time that Mr. Nixon introduced price and wage controls in 1971 to control an outrageous inflation, the rate of inflation was 4.5% per year. Today, we'd regard that as a major achievement. But the latter part of the period when you were chairman was a period when the inflation rate was starting to creep up and money growth rate was also creeping up. Now, if I go from your period, you were eloquent in your statements to the public, to the press, to everyone about the evils of inflation and about the determination of the Federal Reserve not to be the architect of inflation. Your successor, Arthur Burns, was just as eloquent, made exactly the same kinds of statements, as effectively, and again, over and over again, said the Federal Reserve will not be the architect of inflation. His successor, Mr. G. William Miller, made the same speeches and the same statements and the same protestations. His successor, Paul Volcker, he is making the same statements. Now, my question to you is, why is it that there has been such a striking difference between the excellent pronouncements of all chairmen of the Fed? Therefore, it's not personal on you. You have a lot of company, unfortunately, for the country. Why is it that there's been such a wide diversion between the excellent pronouncements on the one hand and what I regard as a very poor performance on the other?
Because monetary policy is not the only element. Fiscal policy is equally important.
You're shifting the buck to the Treasury.
Yes.
To the Congress. We'll get to Mr. Brown,
yeah,
don't worry.
Right. The relationship of fiscal policy to monetary policy is one of the important things.
Could you remind us, the general audience, when you say fiscal policy, what you mean in distinction to monetary policy?
Well, taxation, the raising revenue.
And spending.
And spending.
And deficits.
And deficits, yes, exactly. And I think that you have to realize that when I've talked for a long time about the independence of the Federal Reserve, that's independence within the government, not independence of the government. And I've worked consistently with the Treasury to try to see that the government is financed. Now, this gets back to spending. The government says they're going to spend a certain amount, and then it turns out they don't spend that amount. It doubles.
The job of the Federal Reserve is not to run government spending. It's not to run government taxation. The job of the Federal Reserve is to control the money supply. And I believe, frankly, I have always believed, as you know, that these are excuses and not reasons for the
that's where you and I differ, because I think we would be irresponsible if we didn't take into account the needs and what the government is saying and doing. I think if we just went on our own irresponsibly, I say it on this because I was in the Treasury before I came to the Fed, and I know the other side of the picture. I think we'd be rightly condemned by the American people and by the electorate.
Every central bank in this world, including the German central bank, including the Federal Reserve System, has the technical capacity to make the money supply do over a period of 2 or 3 or 4 months, not daily, but over a period has the technical capacity to control it.
Dr.
They
Friedman,
cannot explain the kind of excessive money creation that has occurred in terms of the technical incapacity of the Federal Reserve System or of the German Central Bank or the Bank of England or any other central bank in the world.
I wouldn't say technically we are incapable of doing that, although we have never succeeded in controlling the money supply month by month.
That's right.
But I would say we can technically control it half-yearly, from one half-year period to the next, and that would be sufficient for controlling inflation.
It's like steering a ship, it doesn't move.
I'm an economic scientist, and I'm trying to observe phenomena, and I observe that every Federal Reserve chairman says one thing and does another. I don't mean he does, the system does.
Yep. How different is your setup in Germany? You've heard this problem of governments getting committed to spending and the Fed having one way or the other to accommodate itself to it. Now, what's your position on this very interesting problem?
We are very independent of the government, but on the other hand, we are an advisor of the government, also on their budget deficits. And they would not easily go before Parliament with a deficit in their budget which is openly criticized and disapproved by the central bank. Why? Because we have a tradition in our country that we can also publicly criticize the government on this account. And second, if, as has happened in our case too, the government goes beyond what is tolerable for the sake of overall equilibrium, we have let it come through in the capital markets. That is to say, they have driven up interest rates. That has drawn public criticism, and that has had some effect on their attitude.
I think that's a very important point that Dr. Eminger just made, because there is not a one-to-one relationship between government deficits and what happens to the money supply at all. The pressure on the Federal Reserve comes indirectly. It comes because large government deficits, if they are financed in the general capital market, will drive up interest rates, and then we have the Wright-Patmans in Congress and their successors pressuring the Federal Reserve to enter in and finance the deficit by printing money as a way of supposedly holding down interest rates. Now, before I turn to Mr. Brown and ask him that, I just want to make one point which is very important. The Federal Reserve's activities in trying to hold down interest rates have put us in a position where we have the highest interest rates in history. It's another example of the difference between the announced intentions of a policy and the actual results. But now I want to come to Clarence Brown and ask him, shift the buck to him and put him on the hot seat for a bit. The government spending has been going up rapidly, Republican administration or Democratic administration. This is a nonpartisan issue. It doesn't matter. Right. Government deficits have been going up rapidly, Republican administration or Democratic administration. Why is it that here again you have the difference between pronouncements and performance? There is no congressman, no senator who will come out and say, I am in favor of inflation. There is not a single one who will say, I am in favor of big deficits. They'll all say, we want to balance the budget, we want to hold down spending, we want an economical government. How do you explain the difference between performance and talk on the side of Congress?
Well, first, I think we have to make one point. I'm not so much with the government as I am against it.
I understand.
As you know, I'm a minority member of Congress.
Again, I'm not directing this at you personally.
I understand, of course. And while the administrations, as you mentioned, Republican and Democratic administrations, have both been responsible for increases in spending, at least in terms of their recommendation, it is the Congress, and only the Congress, that appropriates the funds and determines what the taxes are. The President has no authority to do that, and so one must lay it at the feet of the U.S. Congress. Now, I guess we'd have to concede that it's a little bit more fun to give away things than it is to withhold them, and this is the reason that the Congress responds to a general public that says, well, I want you to cut everybody else's program but the one in which I'm most particularly interested. Save money, but incidentally, my wife is taking care of the orphanages, and so let's try to help the orphanages, or whatever it is. Let me try to make a point, if I can, however, on what I think is a new spirit moving within the Congress, and that is that inflation as a national affliction is beginning to have an impact on the political psychology of many Americans. Now, the Germans, the Japanese, and others have had this terrific post-war inflation. The Germans have been through it twice, after World War I and World War II, and it's a part of their national psyche. But we are affected in this country by the Depression. Our whole tax structure is built on the Depression. The idea of the tax structure in the past has been to get the money out of the mattress, where it went after the banks failed in this country and jobs were lost, and out of the woodshed or the tin box in the backyard, get it out of there and put it into circulation, get it moving, get things going. And one of the ways to do that was to encourage inflation, because if you held on to it, the money would depreciate. And the other way was to tax it away from people and let the government spend it. Now there's a reaction to that, and people are beginning to say, wait just a minute, we're not afflicted as much as we were by depression, we're now afflicted by inflation, and we'd like for you to get it under control. Now you can do that in another way, and that without reducing the money supply radically. I think the Joint Economic Committee has recommended that we do it gradually. But the way that you can do it is to reduce taxes and the impact of government, that is, the weight of government, and increase private saving so that the private saving can finance some of the debt that you have.
There is no way you can do it without reducing, in my opinion, the rate of monetary growth, and I
recognizing the facts, even though they ought not to be that way, I wonder whether you can reduce the rate of monetary growth unless Congress actually does reduce government spending as well as government taxes.
The problem is that every time we use demand management, we get into a kind of an Iron Maiden kind of situation. We twist this way, and one of the spikes grabs us here, so we twist that way, and a spike over here gets us. And every recession has had higher basic unemployment rates than the previous recession in the last several years, and every inflation has had higher inflation. We've got to get that tilt out of the society.
Would it be fair to say, though, that a fundamental difference is the Germans are more deeply fearful of a return to inflation, having had the horrifying experience between the wars especially? We tend to be more afraid of recession turning into depression.
I think there is something in it, and in particular, in Germany, a government would have to fear very much in their electoral prospects if they went into such an election period with a high inflation rate. But there's another important difference.
We fear unemployment.
You fear
more
unemployment.
Than inflation, it seems.
Yeah, well,
but
unemployment is feared with us too, but inflation is just as much feared. But there's another difference. Namely, once you have got into that escalating inflation, where every time the base, the plateau is higher, it's extremely difficult to get out of it. You must avoid getting into that now. That's a very cheap advice from me because you are there already. But we have, for the last 15, 20 years, always studied foreign experiences and told ourselves we never must get into this vicious circle. Once you are in, it takes a long time to get out of it. That is what I'm preaching now, that we should avoid at all costs to get again into this vicious circle as we had it already in 73, 74. It took us also 4 years to get out of it, although we were only at 8% inflation. 4 years to get down to 3%. So
yes.
Now you have, I think, the question whether you can do it in a gradualist way over many, many years, or whether you don't need a sort of shock treatment.
The film showed it took the Japanese, what, 4 years?
5 years.
5 years.
5 years.
Bob, one of my greatest concerns is that we haven't suffered enough yet. Most of the nations that have finally got their inflation...
Speech, I can tell.
Well, I'm not running for office, Clarence. Most countries that finally got their inflation under control had 20, 30% or worse inflation. Germany had much worse, and the public supports them. We live in a democracy, and we're getting constituencies that gain from inflation. If you look at people that own real estate, they've done very well. And how can we get there without going through even more pain? And I doubt that we will.
If you ask who are the constituencies that have benefited most from inflation, there are no doubt. It is the homeowners, but it's also the congressmen who have been able to vote higher spending without having to vote higher taxes. They have, in fact, Congress has, in fact, voted for inflation, but you have never had a congressman on record to that effect. It's the government civil servants who have their own salaries are indexed and tied to inflation. They have a retirement benefit, a retirement pension that's tied to inflation. They qualify, a large fraction of them, for Social Security as well, which is tied to inflation. So that the beneficiary...
Labor contracts that are...
labor
and many
contracts.
pricing things that are tied
But the
to
one
inflation.
thing that isn't tied to inflation, and here I want to come back and ask why Congress has been so bad in this area, is our taxes. It has been impossible to get Congress to index the tax system so that you don't have the present effect, where every 1% increase in inflation pushes people up into higher brackets and forces them to pay higher taxes.
Well, as you know, I'm an advocate of that.
I know you are.
Some countries do that, of course. Canada does it. It indexes the index.
And I went up to Canada on a little weekend seminar program on indexing and came back an advocate of indexing, because I found out that the people who are delighted with indexing are the taxpayers, because as the inflation rate goes up, their tax level either maintains its same level or goes down. The people who are the people who are very unhappy with it are the people who have to plan government spending, because it is reducing the amount of money that the government has rather than watching it go up by 10 or 12 billion. You get a little dividend to spend in this country, the bureaucrats do every year. But the politicians are unhappy with it too, as Dr. Friedman points out, because you see, the politicians don't get to vote a tax reduction
it happens automatically. And so you can't go back and in a praiseworthy way tell your constituents that I am for you, I voted the tax reduction. And I think we ought to be able to index the tax system so that that tax reduction is automatic rather than have what we've had in the past, and that is an automatic increase in the taxes. And the politicians say, well, we're sorry about inflation, but you're right.
Well, I want to go and make a very different point. I sit here and berate you and you as government officials and so on, but I understand very well that the real culprit are not the politicians, are not the central bankers, but it's I and my fellow citizens. I always say to people when I talk about this, if you want to know who's responsible for inflation, look in the mirror. It's not because of the way you spend your money. Inflation doesn't arise because you got consumers who are spendthrift. They've always been spendthrift. It doesn't arise because you've got the businessmen who are greedy. They've always been greedy. Inflation arises because we as citizens have been asking you as politicians to perform an impossible task. We've been asking you to spend somebody else's money on us, but not to spend our money on anybody else.
You don't want us to cut back those dollars for education, right?
And therefore, well, no, I do.
We've already had a program on that.
We've already had a program on that, and there's no viewer of these programs who will be any doubt about my position on that. But the public at large has not, and this is where we come to the political will that Dr. Eminger quite properly talked about. It is, everybody talks against inflation, but what he means is that he wants the prices of the things he sells to go up and the prices of the things he buys to go down. But sooner or later, we come to the point where it will be politically profitable to end inflation. This is the point that I think you were making.
The suffering.
Where do you think what do you think the rate of inflation has to be, and judged by the experience of other countries, before we will be in that position, and when do you think that'll happen?
Well, the evidence says it's got to be over 20%. Now, you would think we could learn from others rather than have to repeat mistakes.
Apparently, nobody can learn from history.
But at the present time, we're going toward higher, not lower inflation.
You said earlier, if you want to see who causes inflation, look in the mirror.
Right.
Now, for everybody watching and taking part in this, there must be some moral to that. What has to be the change of attitude of the man in the mirror you're looking at before we can effectively implement what you call a tough policy that takes courage?
I think that the man in the mirror has to come to recognize that inflation is the most destructive disease known to modern societies. There is nothing which will destroy a society so thoroughly and so fully as letting inflation run riot. He must come to recognize that he doesn't have any good choices, that there are no easy answers. And once you get in this situation where the economy is sick of this insidious disease, there's going to be no miracle drug which will enable him to be well tomorrow. That the only choices he has, do I go through a tough period for 4 or 5 years of relatively high unemployment, relatively low growth, or do I try to push it off by taking some more of the hair of the dog that bit me and get around it now at the cost of still higher unemployment, as Clarence Brown said, later on. The only choice this country faces is whether we have temporary unemployment for a short period as a side effect of curing inflation, or whether we go into a period of still higher unemployment later on and have it to do all over again. That's the only choice we face. And when the public at large recognizes that, they will then elect people to Congress, a president to office, who is committed to less government spending and to less government printing of money. And until that happens, we will not cure inflation.
But Dr. Friedman, let me differ with you to this extent. I think it is important that at the time you are trying to get inflation out of the economy, that you also give the man in the street, the common man, the opportunity to have a little bit more of his own resources to spend. And if you can reduce his taxes at that time and then reduce government in that process, you give him his money to spend rather than having him yield up all that money to government. If you cut his taxes in a way to encourage it to putting that money into savings, you can encourage the additional savings in a private sense to finance the debt that you have to carry, and you can also encourage the stimulation of growth in the society, that is, the investment into capital improvements, modernization of plant, make the U.S. more competitive with other countries, and we can try to do it without as much painful unemployment as we can get by with. Don't you think that has some merit?
I am all in favor, as you know, of cutting government spending. I am all in favor of getting rid of the counterproductive government regulation that reduces productivity and disrupts investment.
And if we do that, we can cut taxes some, can we not?
We should. Taxes, but you are introducing a confusion that has confused the American people. And that is a confusion between spending and taxes. The real tax on the American people is not what you label taxes. It's total spending. If Congress spends $50 billion more than it takes in, if government spends $50 billion, who do you suppose pays that $50 billion?
Of course.
The Arab sheiks aren't paying it. Santa Claus isn't paying it. The Tooth Fairy isn't paying it. You and I, as taxpayers, are paying it indirectly through hidden taxation. And therefore, the crucial thing is to cut down total government spending from the point of view of inflation. From the point of view of productivity, some of the other measures you were talking about are far more important.
But if you concede that inflation and taxes are both part and parcel of the same thing, and if you cut spending...
They're not part and parcel of the same thing.
If you cut spending, but you take the money from them in one way or another, the average citizen,
Absolutely.
To finance the growth of government. So if you cut back the size of government, you can cut both their inflation and their taxes.
That's right.
I
am all in favor of that.
All right.
All I am saying is don't kid yourself into thinking that there is some painless way to do it. There just is not.
One other way is productivity. If you can increase production, then the impact of inflation is less because you have more goods chasing.
Absolutely, but you have to have a sense of proportion. From the point of view of the real income of the American people, nothing is more important than increasing productivity. But from the point of view of inflation, it's a bit actor. It would be a miracle if we could raise our productivity from 3 to 5% a year. That would reduce inflation by 2 percentage points.
Won't happen overnight, but it's part of the long-range squeezing out.
There is only one way to ease in my opinion, there's only one way to ease the pains of curing inflation, and that way is not available. That way is to make it credible to the American people that you are really going to follow the policy you say you're going to follow. Unfortunately, I don't see any way we can do that.
That's exactly. Professor Friedman, that's exactly the point which I wanted to illustrate by our own experience. We also had to squeeze out inflation, and there was a painful time of 1.5 years. But after that, we had a continuous lowering of the inflation rate with a slow upward movement in the economy since 1975. Year by year, inflation went down, and we had a moderate growth rate which has led us now to full employment. So you can shorten this period by just this credibility. And by a consensus you must have also with the trade unions, with the whole population, that they acknowledge that policy and also play their part in it. Then the pains will be much less.
You see, in our case, expectations are that inflation is going to get worse because it always has. This means we must disappoint in a very painful way those expectations, and it's likely to take longer, at least the first time around. Now, our real problem has not been that we haven't tried. We have tried and brought inflation down. Our real problem was we didn't stick to it.
That's it.
Then
well,
you have it all to do over.
I would concede that psychology plays a great, perhaps even the major part. But I do believe that if you have private savings stimulated by your tax system, rather than discouraged by your tax system, you can finance some of that public debt by private savings rather than by inflation. And the result will be to ease to some degree the pain of that heavy unemployment that you seem to suggest is the only way to deal with the problem.
The talk is fine, but the problem is it is used to evade the key issue. How do you make it credible to the public that you are really going to stick to a policy? 4 times we've tried it, and 4 times we've stopped before we had run the course.
There we leave the matter for tonight, and next week's concluding program in this series is not to be missed. From the Harper Library, goodbye.